Шановні учасники, спікери.
Dear participants, speakers, and viewers of online broadcasting, I am happy to greet you at the 6th International Forum Human Capital in the Focus of Transformation. Our forum is a bigger scale platform of professional discussions with leading experts in the field of qualification and development of human capital. Here, in real time, we create a strategy and policy of development of national system of qualification. This event is performed as the National Agency of Qualification, supported by European Union, Germany, Poland, and Denmark in the framework of the project Skills for Recovery. Before we start this forum, I would like to join up in the minute of silence as a memory for those who gave their lives for the freedom of Ukraine. Thank you. And to find out the practical space of qualification, we will see qualification centers in this location. They will show the practical assessment of qualification, and they will hold the master classes. We have the following qualification center. Запоріжстал Metallurgy Worker, Qualification Center of Hobbystalia LLC, and Vocational School, Borispil, Professional College, Municipal Vocational College of Kyiv, College of Road Transport, Qualification Center of Information Technologies of the State Research Institute, Protection of Information, and Kyivsky School of Economics, Qualification Center of National University, Zaporizhzhia Polytechnics, and the Center for Preparation of from the Kyiv Political Institute named after Igor Sikorsky. And today we have Europass, Euroguidance, and Eurodesk Qualification Center that are working on the National Agency of Qualification. They improve of an introduction of Ukrainian centers into European space, and thanks to them, students and specialists can use European instruments. And now I will invite to the floor the person who is the ideology inspirator of our event, Yuri Balanyuk, Chairman of National Agency of Qualification. Good morning, dear colleagues, and friends, and brothers. So I would like to mention that despite this terrible repeated shelling of Ukraine, we hold this event. We have 1,800 people on online forum registered, and today we have in the hall 250 participants offline. I would like to say that I don't know how to start this forum today after this terrible attack today, but I would like to share that we have this chat of National Agency of Qualification, because after each missile attack, I write to my members of the agency. I write and ask if everyone is safe. And you know what I wrote this today, and we have a person in the everyday facilities, Alexei Grishin. and he sends the photo of today's scene, and he writes, "It's okay, we are ready." It means that the forum today will take place successfully. So, dear friends, we will not be broken down. They wanted very much that we would be in grief. Yes, we grieve for those whom we lost, but I would like to say, despite the war, we did a huge work, and because the result of our work, it's not only the agency and the secretariat, but it's the result of everyone's cooperation, because all of you developed standards, you helped us, and you were jealous of us, and I am thankful to you, because for these 6 years, we accredited 191 qualification center, and we developed 472 professional standards. We made more than 500 applications for new standards, and we developed the legal norms of regulation of this system, and we revised this system for several times. And Ukrainian Parliament accepted two laws for qualification. First law, which was adopted by the parliament when the Russian tanks were in European Bucha. After that, the parliament revised several times our powers, and the second law transferred the classificator of professions, and looped up the whole system. And on the 2nd of May, the single classificator of professions will be done, and next week we start to work on implementation of the register, which will work for the employer, for the consumer, and we will understand in the needs in the education to reduce this qualification gap. So once again, our work, it's our common in contribution, and the 6th forum confirms this, because this topic is very relevant. So, dear colleagues, I greet you with this, and the cherry on the cake in my entrance word, I would say that we are in a very interesting period, of a real period of transformation, because we are going in the process of comparison of qualifications with European qualifications, and myself, I'm a deputy head of the working group, but the working group includes all the stakeholders, and it is not as compatibility, but it's a real tool for the beginning of talk in the same language with the European language, in the system of qualification, in the system of education. So I greet you with it, and so the sixth forum, the human capital in the focus of transformation, I declare it open. Glory to Ukraine, and thank you, and I give the floor to Olga. Thank you, Yuri. And today's forum is unites people who create the future of system of qualification and development of human capital in Ukraine. And however, not all the speaker could be present here physically, but everyone found the possibility to contact us in video format, and have the honor to start the block of greetings with the words of the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Ruslan Stefanchuk. Dear participants and partners of the 6th International Forum, Human Capital in the Focus of Transformation, I greet you at this event that unites everyone who thinks about the development of Ukraine through development of human capital. And today Ukraine fights for its independence, and our warriors in the front line, and everyone in Ukraine who learns a new profession, creates jobs, depends on the future of our country. And the human capital is the invincible force that keeps Ukraine and opens the way for development. And the national system of qualification is created as a very important mechanism of human capital. And it's at the time for the law on qualification that will become as the fundamentals of the development. Our common goal is development of the economy focused on the specialist, and through this we will reduce the gap and we will create the economy of added value and will assure the development of the country. I would like to point out the role of employers in development of qualifications. They are the biggest partners in development of the system. Without employers, we cannot create the economy where the knowledge and the skills of the employees are real according to the needs of the market. And I would like to express my gratitude to the system of agency of qualification. They introduced the European approaches, and they make the human capital as the main priority of state policy. I am sure that the results of this forum will be the basis of the development of Ukraine as a modern European country. And together we will do everything that the human capital will become our biggest force and the biggest investment in the future. Glory to Ukraine. Education is an element of national safety. That's why we are very we needed to find the point of view of the state institution. So I invite for the greeting floor Oksana Lysova, Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. Dear participants, it's a big honor to talk to you with this greeting word. I'm very thankful for organization of this forum, for the topic that you selected as a key element of your event, development of human capital. This is the point of the transformation of our society today, and for sure we live in the period of a huge period of changes since the independence, the changes of the political situation, and there are global technological changes taking place. The structure of economy changes, and even the structure of our conscience is changing. And all these changes, they need efficient policies that are flexible, that give a lot of freedom, and including the policies that in my field for which I am responsible, the science education, and in this field we have a lot of transformations. We have reforms in all links, starting from the kindergartens to the science, and we have a lot of maybe the biggest number of changes in infrastructure investments. And if we wanted to achieve results, we should be very weighed in the use of the resource that is available, and using the resource of time. We should move fast and very efficiently. And thank you very much, dear colleagues, for this selection of the topic. Thank you very much for your opportunity to come together and talk. I wish you this fruitful discussion and efficient work, and I wish you to achieve our main goal, to develop a very rich and safe country. Peace to all of us, and success. Thank you. Thank you. And on the basis of a modern system of qualification, we have the partnership. And first of all, this is the partnership with the employers who understand the best the needs of the economy, labor market, and dynamics of changes. A system of qualification cannot exist without the business, and the employers create the needs for the skills that move the economy forward. And I invite to see the greeting from Dmytro Olinik, chairman of joint representation body of all Ukrainian associations of employers. Dear colleagues, this forum became the forum where we talk about the future of Ukraine, and Ukraine, even when there were no ministers, no departments, and human capital speed up all the processes. We thought we had a lot of time, but it's not so. So today we should move faster. We should introduce the changes faster, and to understand whom we need on the labor market. and to train the specialists whom the economy needs, and those who will influence the future of economy of Ukraine. Today we can say that we respond to these challenges, and our state, our country, our an agency of qualifications, we see the 200 qualification centers and we developed 400 centers, and 52 are being developed. So it's the approach to the skills that are needed today, and this is only just a small part that was done. And why the employees they have it as critical to communicate between each other, and for introduction into the economy, a new specialists and qualifications. A lot of our employees went to the front line. Some of them went abroad, and the employees had to find the response to these challenges, and we found this. So this will be the retraining, improvement of the qualification, one work, one job, but several qualifications and several skills. It's the need to confirm the qualification very fast, and this is the method to keep the economy afloat in these hard times. And so one more thing which is very important. Today we think how to, when our warriors will come back, our employees will come back. This is the rehabilitation, the possibility to be integrated in the peaceful time. We don't lose the contact with them. We wait for them. That's why the cooperation with the employers, with the National Agency of Qualifications, with Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Education and Science, State employment service, and it's not only formality. It's about how to find to develop new routes in finding to modern profession. It's about support, about the subventions for the job, and I hope that this forum will not be only words, but they will be introduced into reality, and they will make us come closer to our victory. And glory to Ukraine, and glory to the forces of Ukraine, and glory to the heroes. And in the system of qualification, it's very important to know the needs, not only the employers, but the trade unions. So the trade unions is an inseparable part of the social dialogue, and I invite you to see the greeting word of Sergei Bizov from trade unions. Dear participants, on behalf of the Federation of Trade Unions of Ukraine, I am happy to greet you on the 6th International Forum, Human Capital in the Focus of Transformation. We did not define the times where we live, but we know that the war, it became the war of our people. Every family gave the defender, every team, every trade union, every organization. And today we speak about the feeling of become a victim, the feeling to become a victim for those who went to the army and to protect the country. And we should understand today that the role of National Agency of Qualification is very strategic in our wartime, and after the war it will be a huge challenge, but it will be a single team. Our Ukrainian state will pass these challenges. Trade unions, employers, the authorities, and our social partners. This is our country. Our future depends on us, and the trade unions, they give their shoulder and ready to give it in the future to prepare the labor market, to prepare the adjustment of veterans when they will come to the jobs, and Today, with great joy, I contact you today, colleagues. We have Ukraine behind us, and the God is above us. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. I thank to all our speakers for these inspiration words, and I'm happy with that. With common efforts, we will do everything. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ursula Reynolds. Professional education researcher in Switzerland, and Ursula presents the research which coincides with our reality about analysis of skills of education in the process of recovery and catastrophe. Ursula, please, the floor is yours.
Excellency, dear authority, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conference. I feel so sad for you and hope that peace and justice will come to your country very, very soon. I also inform you that I'm accompanied by two of my collaborators from the Ukraine, Dr. Irina Harder and Ksenia Babich, who did work together with me on the results, which I will present to you. So as I heard from the previous speakers, the education in the post-disaster reconstruction is an extremely important topic. And we hope that we can help you on that journey as soon as you can start to really reconstruct your country. Please, the next slide. So I want to emphasize on the importance of people in this core of recovery. Furthermore, as discussed and agreed with the summit's participants in 2023 under the lead of Yuri Balanik, the director of the National Qualification Agency, we promised to investigate a little bit more in the question what is important when it comes to education for the recovery of in a country after a disaster. And I'm happy that today we can present you this literature review and the results, and also what are the conclusions for your country when you can really start to restructure and recover all the infrastructure, but also the human being, as you will see. I will end up with what we are doing in Switzerland and around the world with regard to re-engineering education systems. And I have some small present for you so that this is the only thing we can do. We can support you with research, with development activities, and I will end up with a new proposal. Next slide, please. So at the core of the recovery, of course, and is the infrastructure is a necessity at the beginning so that people can live, but the infrastructure is not rebuilt without people. And through our investigation, we saw that all disasters, they are disrupting every part of the community and the life of homes. As you can see, I feel so sad for you because it's so easy for us to have a good life. It's so difficult for you to live in this condition. As you see on the slide, since 2000, 7,348 disasters had led to many deaths, billions of affected people, and so much of loss. And it continues. That means 2,700 new disasters since 2020. That is led by climate change, by war, but also other conflicts. So what we need to understand the human capacity to recover. So this is our focus of the study. Therefore, I ask you to show the next slide. Yes, now the study, and you can move forward. What have we done so far? In order to better understand how can we, please the next slide, how can we move forward? We did work on a so-called literature review in a two-stage process. that focus on the post-disaster reconstruction. You can get access to this working paper. The paper is actually under review, but the working paper is available, and I did post you or show you the DOI number, which helps you to get access to that study. Please, next slide. There are many phases when it comes to a disaster, the disaster phases. And you see on this table, we have mitigation, we have preparedness, we have a response phase, and we have a reconstruction phase. The first phase, mitigation, is something which are efforts made prior to an event. That means, for example, you prepare for earthquake. This is extremely important in all those countries are extremely affected by earthquake. The preparedness is often action that are prepared for the community to respond when threatened or affected by a disaster. Actually, for example, in Italy, we have a severe situation with the Vulcan, who in the phlegmaic fields, which we see from research that there is now a dangerous situation, so they prepare for that disaster. And then we have the response. That is what you are doing in the Ukraine. If on the way during the disaster you have to reconstruct and the main infrastructure, think about electricity and all other things, the healthcare system. And then is a next phase, and that's the last phase. This is the reconstruction. If a disaster has ended, for example, if you could come to a peace agreement, then it's all about rebuilding physical facilities, restoring social and economic activities, and implementation of, we call that build back better. And this is what we want to focus on. Please, the next slide. You see human capital, and that's the topic of your current conference. The human capital stands in the center. So it's the collective education, but also the experience and the skills of a community. This is the so-called invisible infrastructure of recovery. And we are very much looking what are you doing. We know that you are so much advanced with regard to the new technology in the army, for example. So you gain a lot of experience during that bad situation, which we should exploit later on for recovery, reconstruction in a better way. The reconstruction is not just rebuilding structure, it's restoring the social institution and economic system that depends on the skilled people. And I just have heard from your Minister of Education, but also from the chairman of the Council of the Federation of Employers, that this is extremely in the center of what you are actually doing and try to put emphasis on. Education and training amplify the value of human capital in every recovery phase, from coordination and planning to construction and governance. So it's exactly what we are actually doing when we work with country. We help them to re-engineer the education system in a way that you can use your resources, your experience, and the skilled people. When education systems are disrupted, the quality and speed of reconstruction decline sharply. So we have to care now about how can we help you in the future. Next slide, please. So in our literature review, what have we done? We basically screened the whole scientific space to identify what do we know about this reconstruction after a disaster. We basically screened 2,907 articles, and you can see how we did it, sorted by highest cited, newest date, language is English, and the type of the document, for example, peer-reviewed article. Then we manually screened them to the purpose we have. It's reconstruction after post-disaster reconstruction. And then we manually evaluated or eliminated non-relevant articles. We end up with 489 articles, which we then basically analyzed in several ways. What is the main meaning of education in post-disaster recovery? Next slide, please. We shorten now the results. You may find much more details in our study, but the main results, please, on the next slide. We identify 5 skills area drive effective reconstruction from healthcare to governance. So the business administration, of course, is key because that deals with communication, information, workflows, digital workflows nowadays, of course. This, you see, is the big bunch of literature where they say education here is extremely important. Then, of course, construction. That means all the infrastructure need to be reconstructed. That means the construction sector is in a very centered in the reconstruction phase, but also the governance. Actually, more than ever, and I'm very happy to see all the speakers who did open that conference. You need unions, you need employer association, you need the coordination of all entities on the government, you need the education providers, you need this agency. Everybody must be aligned and act in concert. And that is basically what we also see in the literature that matters a lot. Then basically also, of course, the security. I fully understand that, and we see it around the world, even though if we may get to a peace agreement, the period after is not really a secure period. Therefore, security, of course, is still an extremely important topic, and the education with regard to security. And last but not least, of course, health is also a very important field of education where you have to put more emphasis on. So next slide, what we also figure out, and this was very tricky in our study, is what is education? Education is a very broad term. It's, of course, linked to the human capital, but education may have different forms. And so we did try to make a distinction between 3 forms of education. You see it listed on the top of the slide. First of all, formal education. This is regulated by the Ministry of Education, degree programs at the university or in a technical vocational education program. That's one form. Then the other form is non-formal training, short-term courses, community workshops, and all these kind of structured education, but it's not regulated by any of your laws. And last but not least, the third form of education is informal learning by doing, peer-to-peer learning. And of course, during a war, that's an extremely important space of education, of learning. All 3 forms strengthened human capital when aligned with recovery phase, with the recovery phase. So you see here also sources mentioned it. Education, of course, is the main source, but is a fuzzy term with regard to what people mean by that. Then skills is another term which mostly is used in those literature. And the skills can also cover a very broad range of activities. And then last but not least, formal education and training is important. I highlighted in red, the same with the formal multiplied non-formal multiplied informal education. So you see the literature is not that strong with regard to precise terminology. However, we figure out that this education plays an important role, and on the next slide, you see what we did find by studying this literature. Research often overlooks the significant role of education play in shaping the reconstruction outcomes. Our finding shows, for example, that education and skills are often mentioned indirectly in the research regarding reconstruction phases. Few studies measured their actual impact. And of course, I understand that during a reconstruction phase, your main concern is not research. Your main concern is helping people to get back to a normal life. And therefore, research is normally not done during that phase. And that's an explanation why we have not that many studies. Especially limited evidence are coming from low and middle income country or conflict affected countries. That's another reason, as I mentioned, that it's extremely difficult in such an environment to do research. The next slide shows you that another gap in training and research means risk slowing down recovery in fragile context. So you are, of course, in a very fragile context. So therefore, the major challenges include education disruption and loss of skilled workforce is something which hinders a fast recovery. That means it's a very good thing if you start now, and I have heard that during the previous speeches that you are, of course, already try to invest to strengthen the existing capacity of your education system. Another gap in training and research, limited research from conflict affected areas to build back better. That means you may have had before the disaster an educational training system, but now you can use this reconstruction area to just build it better back. The third gap was slow adaptation of curricula to new realities of reconstruction. This is a problem, I would say, in most of the country, also in those who are not really affected, because education in general has very slow processes. And actually we are affected not just by disaster, but also by a fast digital transformation trend. And that's another thing which we recommend, that you can use it to build back better, because actually our center helps a lot of other countries to understand if you are not cooperating with the industry sector, you are not prepared for the next generation who will be the generation who work basically with digital tools. And the schools and university do have a hard time to catch up with this fast change. So that's another reason why Build Back Better is now an extremely important opportunity for you to create an even better education system in the future. Next slide. Investing in flexible education and training strengthens national resilience. So policy and practice recommendation, and I know you are already on a good way. The government role is integrate education into reconstruction policy. This is what this forum is for. This is the discussion, what can we do now? And since we are working with the National Qualification Agency, I know this is one of your major topic. The education providers, they may focus more on short-term courses, targeted training for urgent skills. That's now, of course, something which we recommend is for all those training, those decentralized training centers, an extremely important topic, as you can prepare people for this reconstruction phase. NGOs could promote community learning networks, as you may use all citizens and help them to get the right skills to be partner in this reconstruction phase. And the private sector, of course, invest in local workforce upskilling. Now, more than never, the private sector should retrain and upskill their workforce. So that's basically, I would say, an opportunity which we can help you to strengthen in the post-disaster reconstruction phase. Next slide, please. What do we take as a conclusion? I could not really go totally deep into our findings, but these are the main results. Now, for the Ukraine's reconstruction process, we propose the following. Please, the next slide. It's this Build Back Better mode, and we must start now. This is our recommendation. Human capital is the engine of reconstruction and long-term resilience. And Build Back Better is how can we learn from your existing education system for what you have done and achieved with regard to skills and competencies during the war, and integrate it into the next generation of education system. The investigation in education today ensures sustainable recovery tomorrow. So we are really keen to help you to put our forces and brains together so that we can build back better. The future of Ukraine depends on what its people can learn, create, and rebuild. So it's actually much more important, I would say, than in the beginning of this century, that we care not only about people bringing into the labor market, but also rebuilding, reskilling people who are in the workforce, and particularly those veterans who have served during the war. And of course, recognition of prior learning is an extremely important measure to validate what these adults, the workforce, had achieved during the war. This is now becoming an extremely important topic. Next slide, please. Ukraine's recovery will depend on a clever education strategy that addresses our finding. And in that regard, reconstruction success depends on the workforce, and these workers should be reskilled. More than ever, I would say, build back better. You can use your workforce, the private sector, who connects with the education providers, to just have a better linkage between two worlds, education system actor and the employment system actor, to create a better education system. Why is that important? Because I see it around the world. Countries who have these silos where education actors only try to create an education for everyone will fail. Not because they have not a war, but because digital transformation is going so fast, and that means the changes normally happens first in the labor market. And that's why I have my dream for the Ukraine, that we can together build a system that is this combination of co-production of skills together with the industry. Education system must adapt systematically to new skills need over the lifespan. And I think let's make an opportunity out of this disaster to just build a better education system in the future. The investment in non-formal training accelerates recovery. And that's what I see as an advantage. If we could use the existing workforce, your training providers, to provide short-term courses, of course, competence-based, so that it's later on easier to recognize those skills in formal programs. And we have worked with the National Qualification Agency. The recognition of prior learning of all your veterans is a project which I think is a very wise one, where we can learn a lot how later on to validate and recognize the skills also in your workforce. Next slide. So our support, what can we offer to you? Please, next slide. The Center, CEMET, stands for Center on the Economics and Management of Education and Training System. We enable people in this reconstruction phase, but we also help other countries to just learn how the education and employment sector can work together. And I'm happy to share with you that we had, since 2023, 2 teams of the Ukraine, led by the director of the National Qualification Agency, Yuri, led this team to our summits. And I can promise you we will do our best to fundraise money so that also next year a new summits team can participate, so that we can help you to strengthen that re-engineering process during the reconstruction process. We also want to investigate a new research with regard, and Irina has a very good idea, that we not only try to validate skills of the veteran, help the National Qualification Agency, but we also want to foresee and do a pilot project of the refugees in Switzerland to validate their skills, so that as soon as they can go back to your country, that they are equipped with new skill validated by your qualification agency. So this is how we would like to help you, and I'm really hopeful, very hopeful for you that this war can be ended in a peaceful way, that justice will be there for you, and that we can work together to rebuild your education system, your country, in a way build back better. Thank you very much for listening. On the last slide, you find the contact address, and I'm happy now to answer questions if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, пані Урсула. Мені здається, що
Thank you very much, dear Ursula. It seems to me the topic is very actual, so we have a chance to put questions now, if there are any. Do we have any questions? Yes, please. Can you please give the mic? Thank you. Thank you very much for such a great survey. My question is, as a result in your survey may be transformed to the very specific steps within our context.
If I got your question correctly, I would say the transformation of this finding into your context is that I would say you should focus when it comes to the skills, particularly the non-formal skills, the activity you can do now in these 5 sectors which we were seeing are important: governance, business and administration, construction, healthcare, and security. So I would say if there are not yet any plans, I recommend that you focus on this topic, and that you develop a strategy in which areas do you have the so-called low-hanging fruit. That means you have already training centers with a facility. For example, construction needs kind of an infrastructure to train, but also in the healthcare field, of course. So I recommend that you think about that. And later on, what I recommend with regard to this, what I called the policy and practice, which we recommend that you basically work together. What can communities do on the ground, for example? That means that the NGOs, how can they promote community of learning networks so that that you can start to train the citizen, which may help with rebuilding? That could be one activity. And the education providers then in those local communities could step in and together with the NGOs analyze what could they offer as non-formal courses. And that is what I mean. You need a strategy on a national level, but link to the facilities and organization on the local level. What is new in my view is that, I mean, in other education system, you have this top-down process with strategy, and then you do the implementation. Here, I would recommend that you, in parallel, work top-down, but bottom-up, you know, because these regional communities, they have networks, they have their own facilities, and they also know what they need and what they could do. And therefore, I would say that you need both. So it's then all about governance. You have seen this is an important topic in reconstruction, that you foresee not just on the governance on the national level, but also on the region and local level. How can you work together? So I would recommend that you work on this. So that's basically what I would recommend. I would think about how can you organize the governance on a national, regional, and local level so that you have a communication process where you can act faster and coordinate it. And I know that you are very good in digital tools and digital communication, and that's why I think is a low-hanging fruit of your country compared to other countries which are not that advanced.
Дякуємо. Чи є ще бажаючі поставити запитання? Прошу.
Do you have any other questions, please? Ms. Ursula, your research shows that formal, informal education strengthens the reconstruction. In the context of Ukraine, which form of education will bring the most short-term results, and which one works for long-term results?
So much. Yeah, that's now, it's also a difficult question. Of course, you have to consider the three forms of education. Non-formal, as we recommended, is the short-term activities you can launch because you can establish very fast short-term courses tailored to the need of your local community. That's definitely something I would strengthen now in the short run. Second, we have informal learning. That's non-intentional, that just happens every day, learning by doing. And all your people did struggle with this war and with the situation. So they did learn a lot over the last 4 years, particularly also your veterans. So the skill, competencies people have acquired in the last 4 years due to this very specific situation should be validated. So what you normally are doing, you validate, recognize skills. This is the project the National Qualification Agency actually is working for veterans. But of course, you can also do that with people in the local community. It's just a matter of priority. What should come first? And what we normally help the country is to set a critical path. Who are the people who need urgently short-term courses? Who are the people who you want to bring back into the regular labor market? They need recognition of prior learnings. And the formal education, that's the education which needs most of the time, but you can use, and that is why what I call the build back better, you can use this new experience with non-formal courses, with recognition of prior learning to just make better formal programs. Because obviously you will work together not only with the private sector much more intensively, but also with local communities. And that means the future program of education, I recommend that you revise the curriculum, but only if they could be done together with the industry. And then you are much better off when you are in the recovering phase, because this is actually something which around the world I see as a big problem, that education system actors are not working together with the private sector. So if you could use this new space of non-formal training, short-term courses, but also the recognition of prior learning as a source, in a competence-oriented language, you will create better formal programs. To your point, so I would start with short-term courses, coordinated. That means, as I said before, you need a governance that you are not acting in a fragmented way. It should be coordinated and focus on the short-term courses.
Дякую. У нас є можливість поставити ще одне запитання спікеру.
Thank you very much. One more question to the speaker, please. Thank you. It's very nice to see you, Mrs. Ursula. You are so inspiring for us. Thank you very much. My name is Lyudmila. My question is, in your research, did you take into account what is the framework for qualifications for professions? Is there in Ukraine? Or probably we need to create some other framework so that humanity, on behalf of the productive forces that are moving humanity ahead in 21st century, so that we could focus on the key qualifications and give way to life to those who are defending our independence on the front line, and they are getting new skills there on the front line, and they can share their experience with others. Thank you.
much, Ludmila, for that interesting question. Yeah, the problem with literature review is that they, as I told you, they have many gaps with regard to what we see in other studies which deals with re-engineering of education system. Unfortunately, they are not that much linked to the qualification and the qualification frameworks. But as my collaborator Irina, Xenia, and me, we are working with your qualification agency. We know how you are doing that, and you are on a very good way forward. But I would say the problem with the qualification framework and with the formal programs is that they are always a little bit behind with regard to recognizing the future skills. That's the trade-off, you know. This is if you create a new curriculum, it's always you have to foresee what's out there in 5 to 8 years from now. But the change in the education system in the curriculum is a very slow process. That's why, and that's not that much linked to our literature review, but it's linked to the knowledge we have since we are working with so many countries, is that you're totally right. I mean, particularly in low and middle income countries, you have a huge informal labor force, huge informally trained labor force. And therefore, what should be the solution in the future is finding ways how to recognize skills of people working in new fields without having any formal education. I can tell you from research we know from other countries, they were done 20 years ago. In most of the country, the workforce has learned the most informally. That means in Canada, I know a study which shows that 66% of the competencies of the workforce are learned informally, learning by doing. Because why? If you once have completed your formal education program, a vocational education program or a university degree, you are normally in the age of 25, maybe 25, 28 years old. Then you go to the labor market. And what happens afterwards, you know, if you actually nowadays don't do additional training or a formal program, you just fall behind because of this fast change of the led by digital transformation. And that's why I'm saying you are right. And I know the National Qualification Agency want to work on that, and I heavily support that, is finding ways how to recognize skills learned in the labor market or in the civil society. So, but the problem here is this is not an easygoing thing. That requires that your formal program are competence-based. That means you have clear modules, a structure in the curriculum, which is a competence-based language, because that would then facilitate this recognition of prior learning. What are competence bundles which you can recognize? And then you can identify the gap on an individual level, what that person needs in order to get to a formal program. In other words, yes, I see a huge potential, not just in your country, but around the world, to recognize informal and non-formal skills. But the requirement for that is a formal system that has a competence-based standard. And I would say this is why I'm recommending Build Back Better means if you could work coordinated on this revision of curricula towards a competence-based approach on all levels, which are open actually in the qualification framework from level 3 to 8 particularly, then you have this research which helps you to recognize the skills later on. So I would like to support you on that journey, because if one country has a solution as a first country, that will be replicated in the other country. All other countries are struggling with that. You just have a higher urgency due to the war, and that's why I think it's extremely worthwhile to work on this coordinated approach.
Дякую. Я бачила, що в залі ще є бажаючі поставити запитання. Прошу.
I see there are people who want to. Thank you very much. Trade Union of Mechanics of Ukraine. So please, do you agree that not all the professions can have shorter-term education? Because, for example, I'm as a locomotive driver, and because of the training, the life of other people depends. The system that we try to introduce into certification of locomotive drivers, for sure, it will bring it to the lower quality of training of drivers. So, in your opinion, do we have such basic knowledge, especially the practical key skills? Do we have this to train these people?
Of course. Locomotive driver, in my view, is more something on, I call that professional education and training level. It's beyond upper secondary education. It's something for more mature people. But of course, yeah, I would say you use if you have an association of public transportation, then you can, with a speciality in rail in trains and locomotive driver, then you can sit together and say, what is the key competence? What is the competence framework for a locomotive driver? And the National Qualification Agency could recognize that as a formal training program. And then you can screen all existing drivers. If they have not yet a formal credential, you could screen them and help them to get to such a formal program. Yeah, of course. I have no, I think that all jobs, all important occupation should have a formal qualification sooner or later, because everybody has their role in their society and economy, and that should be, if you want to go for a high quality skilled country, then everybody needs a training. However, non-formal, informal training is not rewarded, what we know by research, by the labor market with a higher salary. So the best thing is if you sooner or later can bring these people to a formal degree. So that said, yes, I'm happy to check that with the National Qualification Agency. Yuri, this is another question I will ask you in the future, whether you have a formal diploma for locomotive driver. If not, yes, we can think about how to create that.
Дякуємо. Пані Урсула, ми дуже вдячні.
Thank you, Ursula, that you found this possibility to join us, and you presented your research and gave the answers to these questions. And I hope that the speakers in our future discussions, they take it into account during the further presentations. And thank you very much. And now we go to our first session of Ukraine in the ecosystem of skills and employments of European Union. So Yuri Balanyuk, head of National Agency of Qualification, will be the moderator. Please, the floor is yours, Yuri. So we have more even people now in the room. So perfect. And colleagues, first of all, I am very thankful that Ursula was with us and will be with us still. And I know that the whole team of Zurich Polytechnics and they follow us online today. And separately, I would like to say that the principles of organization of human capital in Switzerland, they are among the best because you can migrate from formal into informal and from informal to formal education, and everything is created that to organize the human capital in this country in the best way. And we hope and we do it that we would not be the worst. So, dear colleagues, Ukraine in the ecosystem of skills and deployment of European Union. This is the panel which is about if we do enough so that to speak the same language with our European partners, and if these practices are better in the European Union and the European Commission in the sense of normative regulatory documents, and if we are close enough, or maybe some things we did progressive in the progressive way, for example, liberalization of professional standards, where our practices are used already by the European countries. And today in our panel there will be Sergei Babak, People's Deputy Head of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine for the Education, Science and Innovation. He will be with us online. Sergei Derkach, Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories, please welcome. Andriy Butenko, Head of the National Agency for Ensuring Quality of Higher Education, our very long time partner. Pilvi Torsti, Head of European Fund of Education, she will be online with us. Kun Nomden, Head of the Group for Transparency and Recognition of Skills and Qualification of European Commission. Horacy Dembowski, Deputy Director of Central Examination Commission of Poland and expert of multi-donor program Skills of Recovery. Good morning, colleagues. Please, let's start. Sergei Babak, they have a very big discussions in the committee for the activity of this committee, and today morning he asked, he recorded his position. He will put it into the video greeting. If possible, we'll start it with greetings to the participants of the forum. It's very good that the name of this forum is a transformation. The whole world is going through transformation. Ukraine is going through a transformation, and the education system as well. 1 year ago, we hoped and we're speaking about the need to adopt the progressive law on the professional education, and this year we can say that this law is adopted, and the main characteristics is transformation of this law. And maybe I will be capable to focus on one point. Qualification centers. Qualification centers, they appeared in our legislation on the second month of full-scale invasion, when nobody believed, despite the trade unions, and since then we have more than 190 qualification centers, and more than 100 people, they got the new qualifications. And in the new law on professional education, these qualification centers, they already mentioned, and it means that in several years for confirmation of qualification of graduates from vocational schools, they will be passing through qualification centers. And this is a very big responsibility for National Agency of Qualifications, because we agreed that we open the market for all to create the maximum qualification center. But now we will speak about post-accreditation monitoring, and we will speak about the programs and conditions with which, according to which the accreditation center, qualification center can have its accreditation revoked. It's a big challenge for the educational system, because this system should get the trust of the employees and the society. We have a lot of work to do, and implementation of the law will take some time, but we, with you, we have a goal. This is to develop the vocational education human capital, and to make it in the sense that our system of professional education will get trust from the employees and the society. Today you will exchange your experience and your ideas, and I call for all stakeholders to work with all our joint goal. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes, and thank you, Sergei, that you control in the parliament always the National Agency of Qualifications, and the challenges that we have, we will overcome altogether. We know the trajectory of our movement, and this forum will help us to take into account our problems and how to how to implement these goals. I would like to give the floor to Sergei Derkach, with whom we got acquainted when creating the National Agency of Qualifications, and he took part in development of professional standards in his previous education, and now at the new position he's very active to do that relevant knowledge and skills needed at the labor market would be implemented into the professional standards, and accordingly educational programs, curriculum would correspond to the needs of the labor market and the economy. Please, Sergei, the ecosystem of skills and employment in Ukraine, is it enough or not? What should we do, and how should we react fast to these conditions to respond to European standards, and so that our partners in Europe would understand? Thank you for this question and invitation. Of course, we know each other very long, and I remember when we developed the professional standard of anti-corruption representative, it was for the first time, and it was very interesting, and I'm very happy that this standard was approved, and there are people who received the certificates, and we have the center that provides such services in Ukraine. It's cool, but today I would like to speak about my position of Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories. I'm responsible for transportation, and what I would tell you in this sense, and training of the staff. Today we understand that for development of the country, recovery of the country, the transportation and all the professions of the recovery, they're important. But when we speak about the transport, these professions, we call them male professions, and unfortunately, and in this sense, we have a huge crisis of job of people and in all industries, and I think that transport is not the only big gap. But in every industry in Ukraine we lack the specialists. But it's not about the gap, but about replenishing of our labor force with skilled professionals. So there are 2 points: we need to train quality specialists and very fast. It was a very good question that we needed to train locomotive drivers for a long time. I just came from Sweden, and in the academy where they train locomotive drivers, and he is trained for 1 year, and there is a special training, and he passes through the tests, and he gets a certificate and goes to work. And as of today, we unfortunately in Ukraine we lack enough training centers with quality services, and of course the system of professional standards is not so popular in Ukraine. Even in the professional standards with which I worked, they exist, but very often the employees, they don't require them. They don't check these standards, but it's important. Yes, they say that they hire people who just entered the company, was capable to enter the company. So it's not the question of just to select or not select too much, but it's the point how we will look at the education and what we speak about European integration. And I pay a lot of attention from the ministry to the European integration. And for example, we have some approaches that we don't have as in European. So we had to implement the standard about transporters, and it's a regulation in the European Union for a special manager for transportation in the transportation company, and every transportation company should have a professional person with a certificate that passed education to assure the quality of this company, the quality of transportation. So the key element in European Union is the quality of services. To provide quality, we should have the professionals that are really trained with appropriate certificates. In Ukraine, we didn't have this training, and when we prepared the draft law, we prepared this with the same requirement as in EU, that we will introduce this position of management of a transport company, but to get the certificates for this position, we don't have a professional standard or just educational standard, and we said yes, we need the educational standard, and we work now at the standards for the professions that exist really in the European Union. But when we spoke about the people's deputies, we didn't have the same ideas, and so the transportation committee, they insisted that this transportation managers standard should be confirmed by the official authority, but we wanted to pass it through qualification commission, and so we have a lot of the things to do, and according to how we look at the educational system and the preparation of our professionals, from point of view of the ministry, we pay a lot of attention, and despite the ministry is not responsible for the training, we should work a lot with the policies, but as we have a huge gap with specialists in the transport, we launched several programs for training professionals in the transport, and we train young people, women, and veterans to recycle them for the transport. We have women who are driving bigger trucks, and we have veterans who changed their professions for crane drivers and dumper truck drivers, and so we started to retrain people, but we need a base for this. But the base means qualification standard, educational standard, and qualification centers, which will give in Ukraine very fast results, but not only fast, but high quality result for training of professionals in our country during war and recovery. Thank you. The National Agency of Qualifications values a lot your input in the development of the qualification system, and we as a service organization, we will help you to certificate the processes within our powers. So, Andrei, please, you're responsible for the higher education. We work with you at least two times per week. We check the watch within the field of the policies and the implementation, so that our educational programs will be compatible with the needs of the employers. Do you have critics, Andrei, and how do you react that the educational programs they are certified according to needs of the employers? I would like to precise, they criticize us for our work, or just for that we are doing with you? Please, they criticize you for the need of the employers. Thank you. We just made them room smile a bit, and it's a point very important, and I would like to thank you that since the beginning we developed this approach very much, and the both approaches were very looked with bigger skepticism, and the both approaches they changed them the system of professional qualification in the good way. So if we speak about the role of professional qualification in the higher education, it's very important. What we faced, the situation when we analyzed the curriculum in the higher education institutions, we saw in the professional qualification in the institutions we saw anything. The institutions they developed themselves. They got it from the cloud. Yes, from the sky. The sky was the guide. It was not. What was not described what it is and what it is about, and then a number of specialities was endless. 1, 2, 3, up to the record was 20 specialities in a certain institution, and we worked a lot to make it important. Why do we have this certification for standardized bachelors in the curriculum? It is to make the person to understand his or her place in the industry. To get not only the educational qualification but professional qualification. So splitting the professional and the educational, but showing that they are close but they are different. It became our common work, and I think that this understanding is already a fact in Ukraine, which was not several years ago. 2013, so the end of liberalization. According to the law, the National Agency for Higher Education is very simple. If you have the professional qualification, it should be one. But if it is professional qualification according to the standard, it should be according to the standard. If not, so go to the Agency of Qualification and confirm what you teach and why you teach this profession. And unfortunately, dear colleagues, what is the background, what defect of Ukrainian education? It is a big part of imitation, big part of just simulation. It is work on paper. So we don't speak about a professional qualification, but about to provide to the education seeker all the skills and all the knowledge to get this qualification. It's not the question of presence, but to make this person professional, and the institution could show in which component, in which practice, in which laboratory, where these professional knowledges were provided, where the skills could be got, and how to check these achievements. So we provided a set of lectures. So let's say we spoke about locomotive drivers. We gave you lectures, so you will be you can be a driver. It was in the older system, but according to the cooperation, we derooted this system, and we got rid of this drawback, and we understand this vector, and this vector is transparent for everyone. One qualification. Please show how the seekers could get this qualification and how this institution would be sure that this education was achieved. It's clear for the market, it's clear for the employer, and National Agency of the Higher Education, we try to work with association of employers, with bigger companies, with associations of employers, and to make them satisfied. For example, when the graduate of higher education would come to them, not only with the practical skills and knowledge, but to use them in practice, and the most important, to get the fundamental basis to be capable to go to the second and third job. It is not enough in the modern world to get only one educational basis, but to be capable to get new skills for the future. Thank you, Andrei. Yes, of course, we have very good cooperation, and you were very critical about the realities that we had got in Ukraine, what we got in Ukraine in good changes, dynamic changes. And I hope that we will do a lot of things to get the PLV. Dear PLV, we see the photo from the officer from European Fund of Education is on my wall, because the National Agency of Qualifications, when it was founded in Ukraine, the principles were discussed on the floor. European Fund of Education. European Fund of Education goes with its activity far away from European Union. Will tell us, please, the ecosystem that exists in Ukraine with your observation. How did it change? If we have enough dynamics, what should we work more to be compatible with the European best practices, please?
Thank you very much, Yuri, and hello for all the other panelists and the audience in Kiev. Thank you very much for this invitation, which I believe for me is a third time in this forum, and I really consider it a very important one, and annually to also a little bit check where we are. I thought to address, Yuri, if you like your questions, just a couple of words for introduction, which already sets the where we are question a little bit. A couple of words on ETF, 3 recommendations for kind of a little bit quite concrete elements, if that's okay. Firstly, by way of introduction, of course, also listening to the previous speakers, we can really continue to both respect and admire the way Ukraine continues to set priorities, accelerate work in all fields, important and for both economic growth, but also for the deepening of the EU integration. This all happening amidst of the full-scale Russian aggression, as we know these days. I think this cannot be stressed enough, and let me start really by recognizing that. And having said that, this forum, of course, has been contributing to the very ambitious goals, and as said, we've been part as European Training Foundation since the start. And why the goals are ambitious? Because modernizing education and training systems to strengthen human capital development, it's never easy because the systems are very much embedded, and they have their cultural backgrounds, they have their historic backgrounds, and then Ukraine has had the additional constraints of the current complex realities. And nevertheless, we've seen committed reforms in education and training, skills development and employment policies. And I think you can really take pride by now looking at the European Commission's assessment with the 2025 enlargement package. All this work that has been done is fully recognized there. Of the recent legislative developments, we of course have followed closely, for instance, the adoption of the wet law and the law on the occupations qualifications register. All that sets frameworks for the next steps and the further alignment with the European recommendations. So that would be my intro, that there is recognizable progress, and I think that when the Commission assessment of the enlargement package is really what to look at. Secondly, a couple of words of the ETF's role, because there are also some new friends in the panel. So we are an EU agency with a unique mandate to work thematically in the human capital development, but geographically outside the EU member states. And Ukraine, definitely one of the strategic key countries, but our mandate reaches from Ukraine to Western Balkans, Northern Africa, African Union, Central Asia. But in Ukraine, perhaps 3 things to recognize. It's a very long-standing work together, partnership in this, not only in the human capital development forum since the beginning, but actually for decades with the Ukrainian human capital ecosystem and the work there. Monitoring and analysis, future foresight and policy dialogue. And hence the second point, that in the last years, Ukraine definitely has been one of our priority countries, and it is shown that we have a specific dedicated Ukraine task force that is leading the work of ETF in our various responses. And we really try to draw on the experience and expertise to deliver with the coordinated partnerships like the one with the qualifications agency. And finally, the commitment, I want to reiterate the commitment both on the recovery and reconstruction, as well as the EU accession. And so we are very much aligned, finalizing currently our planning for next year, and Ukraine features there strongly. Then Yuri, as promised, after introductions and a little bit of packaging what ETF does, 3 key actions to be considered currently as part of the reform agenda. First one, and we already heard the importance of this, the preparation really for the European qualifications framework referencing. Now, when Ukraine is a candidate country, this alignment with EU standards and referencing the national qualifications framework, the European qualification framework becomes crucial, and you are well on that way. The National Qualification Agency has already actively collaborated with us, with the ETF, on developing the register for national qualifications, and that has all been done in line with the EQF requirements, so the European qualifications framework. It's a very important step because it will really help the understanding and the recognition of Ukrainian qualification. And as we are talking of such a large country, I often remind that if we look at the previous accession processes, for instance, if we take Croatia, Croatia was about 10 times smaller than Ukraine. So all this has really a scale that when we really identify and modernize the training and education systems, it really considers really large number of people. And hence this type of question of also inclusion becomes very relevant here. So my first key action, the qualifications framework referencing the European one. Second, the preparation now, again, with the accession progressing for the European Employment Services, EURES, in order to further facilitate the workforce mobility. The EURES was born already over 30 years ago in 1990s, and it has, of course, developed ever since to further facilitate the labor force mobility, workforce mobility. And here, what is really critical is the use of the, those of us in the field know it as ESCO, but for the benefit of all, the abbreviation stands for European Classification of Skills, Competencies, and Occupations. So this classification of skills, competencies, and occupations is really critical to support the job seekers and employers to be able to communicate about the skills, training opportunities, and jobs that are available in the different countries. And where does Ukraine stand with the classification of skills, competencies, and occupations on the European level with ESCO? So first we supported as ETF the translation of ESCO into Ukrainian, and this is a linguistic translation, but of course there is a content required as well, as all linguists know. And so therefore the mapping of Ukrainian occupations to this European classification of skills, competencies, and occupations could be done by the Ukrainian State Employment Service. And that is really necessary in order to join to the European Employment Services network. And of course, these are actions for citizens, for Ukrainian citizens and for EU citizens to really support the recovery and reconstruction process in order to have the as efficient workforce mobility as possible in the difficult circumstances in many ways. So this was number 2, preparation, the use of ESCO to prepare for the European Employment Service Network. And finally, the third one, I would perhaps package it as a broad approach to bring Ukraine as part of European approaches to lifelong learning and skills recognition work. In more precise terms, for instance, looking into the individual learning accounts and micro-credentials. Ukraine shall get ready for the implementation of the European recommendations on the individual learning accounts and on the approaches of micro-credentials, and that's all part of the lifelong learning and employability. And again, with this, we create tools for tools to facilitate the participation of adults in training in Ukraine, and of course, thereby foster the adaptability within the workforce. Generally, with this package that the learning accounts and micro-credentials are part of in the lifelong learning, we are looking as ETF We looked at piloting first in the Dnipro region into 22-23 of the micro-credentials, but now we've just launched a much more comprehensive initiative on the Ukraine's human capital development and integration of contemporary European approaches, both in terms of lifelong learning and skills recognition. And there are 3 pillars in this approach: system assessment and guidance, knowledge and experience sharing with EU member states, and conceptual design for national platform. So very concrete work. So dear Yuri and others, with these sort of 3 messages on the qualifications, EURES and ESCO, and finally lifelong learning and skills recognition, and in particular individual learning accounts and micro-credentials, I would thank for the opportunity to address the forum, and just restate the readiness of European Training Foundation to be fully committed to support Ukraine in these important processes, now all enforced with the European Commission Enlargement Package 25 resealed. So we all stand with Ukraine and look forward to the forum's discussions, myself and the colleagues. Дякую.
Thank you, dear Pilsi. Your position is very necessary for us. Thank you that with us today. Кун. Dear Кун, в професійному середовищі
In the professional environment of the system of professional qualifications, they often joke that Kun is the stepfather of the national system of qualifications in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being with us in every issue related to the cooperation with the European Commission, especially in relation to the national qualification framework in Ukraine and in EURES. Please take the floor. Describe, please, your views on the system existing in Ukraine, and probably you could point out some drawbacks we have and which need some improvement. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yuri. I hope you can hear me. I have just one question. I don't know, because I sent my slides this morning. I don't know whether any technician could share the slides that I sent. Okay, oh, excellent. So first of all, dear Yuri, dear participants, thank you very much for the invitation to speak again at the forum. It's also my 3rd time, I think, or my 4th time. And I'm very to speak again here, and also in the difficult circumstances. But I can tell you that the European Commission, like the ETF, really fully stands with Ukraine. And I think working on qualifications is a very positive thing that has also long-term benefits, of course. And that's what we do really concretely. Between the Ukrainian Qualifications Agency and the European Commission. I'm working in the unit on skills portability and vocational education and training, and I'm working on topics like the EQF, but also recognition of qualifications. So quite important topics, I would say, for people. Now, this year I've prepared a short presentation where I go a bit in also to the Union of Skills. That is a communication that was adopted earlier this year, and we can go to the next slide. The Union of Skills was adopted earlier this year as the Commission's response in the field of skills to issues like, competitiveness, where more EU action is needed, also more cooperation is needed between the member states. We can turn to the next slide. The Union of Skills focused actually on the fact that in Europe we face skill shortages, we face skills gaps, and we do not produce enough skilled workers, causing quality and quantity, and really a transformation is needed because education training systems and providers of education training struggle to keep pace with rapid technological transformation. So this is really important. Now, if we look at the next slide, we see the objectives of the Union of Skills. First of all, everyone in Europe should be empowered to develop their skills. This is very important. And this is to build a solid foundation and engage in lifelong learning and upskilling. This is what the previous speaker was really stressing when talking about lifelong learning. Secondly, of course, competitive companies in Europe and in Ukraine need to be able to find the people with the right skills in order to be competitive, not only now, but also in future. And this is in particular also the case for small and medium-sized companies. So they need to invest, and everyone needs to invest, of course, in their workers to ensure that also in the long term we adapt to ever-changing challenges and opportunities. And the third strand, and here we find the EQF, is that skills and qualifications must be transparent, must be trusted, and they must also be recognized across Europe. Now, when we look at the next slide, we see here the different strands of the Union of Skills. 4 strands. The first strand is focusing on building skills for quality lives and for jobs. And what we find here are actions like the action plan for basic skills. We do have a basic skills problem in Europe. Also a plan for excellence in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but also work on the VET strategy, the vocation, education and training strategy. The VET strategy will come in 2026. One of the purposes is to make VET more attractive. The European economies need VET, but there is not enough offer for the moment, and VET needs to become more attractive. Secondly, this is more in the realm of adults. There is a need to upskill and to reskill. We need an agile workforce that is mastering these skills that allow it also to address the digital and green transitions. And this is for everyone, for the people that are high skilled, but also for people that are rather at the lower and middle skills end of the overall scale. Then thirdly, this again is where the EQF stands, and the other transparency tools like ESCO, but also the Europass. Skills need to be able, once they have been obtained, to circulate freely with the free movement of people across the EU, and this needs to unlock the full potential of the single market. And there is a fourth action, which is to attract, develop, and retain talent for Europe's future. But I will now zoom in a bit more on into the circulation of skills objective. And in this context, and we can move to the next slide, the Commission announced in March, as part of the Union of Skills, a package on skills portability, because the idea is that every skill that is developed in one country by one person, of course, should be able to circulate across the single market. And this is really a call for strengthening the prosperity, the competitiveness of the EU, and a way to make best use of all skills and qualifications, we could say, irrespective of where and how they were acquired. Now, this package for skills portability, this is our, I would say, our big initiative on which we're currently working, and it consists of 3 actions. So a first action is a potential legislative proposal to facilitate worker mobility by focusing on improving transparency of skills and qualifications and also digitalization. So this action in particular qualifications frameworks, because the EQF is really the fundament for transparency in Europe. It will therefore build on what we have done so far on the EQF, but it will also build on the skills classification, ESCO, but also on all the other tools that we have, including EURES, so the European Employment Services, and also the Europass. Then secondly, Action 1 has a strong focus on digitalization. In particular, digital credentials is a topic we are looking into this, because here we want to make some real steps. The second action is focusing directly on regulated professions. So to expand and to improve recognition processes for regulated professions, to facilitate this, but also to modernize this. So this is what Action 2 is about, and we are currently exploring potential measures to do so. And then thirdly, a potential legislative proposal for common rules to simplify procedures for recognition of qualifications from non-European countries. We can go to the next slide. So in this context, we will now launch a public consultation, probably early December, together with the call for evidence, and we are calling for feedback. Also, there will be a targeted stakeholder consultation. The entire initiative is planned for adoption in the third quarter of 2026, together with and as part of a broader EU fair labor mobility package. Now, a few words on where we stand in relation to the EQF and where Ukraine is standing, and this is on the next slide. The next slide is showing a map, and this map indicates that we have 41 countries in the EQF, of which 37 have reference to the EQF. And the 4 countries that have not yet referenced are Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is logical that they haven't referenced yet, because the 3 countries are really new, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as you know, is really a complex country, but we are also hopefully getting there at some moment. We also do see a very positive development in the sense that we have now 22 countries that are at operational stage of their NQF, and 10 are at activation stage. So we see that little by little, the national frameworks as operational frameworks are established in the EU. Ukraine is planning to reference in 2026. So we very much welcome this, and of course, all the support that is needed from the Commission, you will get it. I would now like to go to some highlights from the NQF survey that was carried out in 2024. So we can go to the next slide, which shows a bit where we stand with the EQF. So we see that national frameworks are increasingly opening up to qualifications awarded outside formal education and training. So this is a clear trend, and we are moving there from 7 countries in 2019 to 18 countries in 2024. And this really proves and illustrates the EQF as a framework that is not only there for formal qualifications, but also broader and covering actually all types and levels of qualifications, including micro-credentials. We can move to the next slide, because when looking a bit further, we see the following pattern. Quite a few countries now, 17 of the 41 are open to include micro-credentials, and 14 are already doing this. And we see the same pattern for partial qualifications. We can move to the next slide. And the next slide shows, and here we are a bit at a weakness of the EQF and of national frameworks overall. So frameworks, learners are not so aware of frameworks. And the same goes to workers and job seekers, but also, importantly, employers. So we see the categories of low awareness, moderate awareness are at least as big as high awareness among employers. So this is an area where we have work to do. And when we go to the next slide, we see that among education and training providers, there is another picture. The awareness is high or very high, generally. And also recognition authorities and bodies. So we can say that some of the prime target groups are very aware of the EQF, of the NQF, and of what they do, but we have a problem of awareness across Europe among employers. So there is work to do here for the different national frameworks. Then I would like to go to my last slide, the EQF work strengths. So we are working on referencing and updating the referencing. This is a very important agenda point for the EQF advisory group. And as I said before, Ukraine is planning to reference in spring 2026. The state of play of referencing was presented to the EQF advisory group in the summer of this year, in June. And it looks very promising. And we hope that Ukraine, certainly in 26, will be the 38th country that has a connection with the EQF. Then in this context, also very important to interconnect the qualification register. Here I have to express my appreciation for the work that Ukraine has been doing, but also for the work that the ETF is doing in interconnecting national databases. We work closely together, of course. Then another work strand is about alternative credentials, micro-credentials, but also more and more industry-based credentials, the digital transformation of credentials, and work on learning outcomes in international cooperation. With these slides, I would like to finish by saying that I think on referencing to the EQF, the Ukraine is really on a good way. I must appreciate a lot the fact that Ukraine is an active participant in the EQF advisory group, but also in the national coordination point. So thanks for that, Yuri, as National Qualifications Agency. And we appreciate that a lot. It helps also, and I hope that that continues. And overall, a positive picture. I don't have any concrete recommendation like that, but we, of course, follow up in the context of the EQF, but also in the context of the wider enlargement preparations. So my admiration for everything that is happening in Ukraine, also given the difficult circumstances. And yeah, we wish you all the best for referencing. And we are available, of course, for any support. But as last word, Commission is really committed to Ukraine, and yeah, we stand with Ukraine. Back to you.
Дякую, Кун.
Thank you, Kun. Well, that's just a very good presentation. It is very useful for the developers of the professional qualifications and standards, and I think that it was very interesting to my colleagues. Dear colleague, we have Horacy Tempovsky. He didn't have the floor yet. He is the Deputy Director of the Central Exam Commission and the Project Manager of Kyiv Fast Recovery Project, and he is also an expert of aligning European and Ukrainian qualification frameworks. Horacy, please take the floor. You are not far from us in Poland. Our countries are very much alike, and the principles of education organizations are very similar. So please share your opinion on the ecosystem in Ukraine. And I know that you have been working a lot with the agencies and NGOs and so on. So please share your thoughts. Thank you very much. Take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yes, great. So it is a great honor for me to be involved as an international expert in the Ukrainian process of referencing its national qualifications framework to the EQF, which Director Torsti and Kunen just mentioned and presented. So maybe let me briefly explain why the referencing process is so important from the European Union member perspective, but also from the EQF advisory group member perspective. As you mentioned, Yuri, I'm fulfilling those two roles. In Poland, I'm the Deputy Director of the Central Examination Board, a public agency which is responsible for organizing general and vocational examinations, but also for almost 8 years I've been member of the EQF advisory group and have been this great opportunity to cooperate with Kun and Nomden and the colleagues from the European Commission in this process. So first of all, referencing national qualifications framework to the EQF is not a technical exercise in my view. It is a very important policy instrument to build trust in qualifications across Europe. And by making qualifications more transparent and comparable, this process supports not only mobility on the European labor market, but also contributes to this creation of this genuine European lifelong learning area. Although there are some obstacles which Kunen mentioned before, but we assume that when employers, learners, and institutions when they can read each other's qualifications through the EQF levels, it becomes much easier to work, study, and train across borders and at the national level. So fulfilling the EQF recommendation also helps countries to modernize their qualification systems. And I would like to highlight a few benefits that are particularly visible through the referencing criteria. So first, in my view, it is a governance. Skills development rarely sits within one ministry or agency, and it cuts across general, vocational education, higher education, labor, defense. This whole production of competences for the defense industry is of crucial importance, not only to Ukraine, but to other member states, Poland included, but also Ministry of Economy and other sectors. So the referencing process requires countries to present clearly how their qualification system is governed, which institutions are responsible, how the decisions are taken, and how different ministries or agencies coordinate. So this can be, in my view, a powerful driver to improve coordination at the national level and to clarify role, responsibilities, financial contributions, and other aspects of this process. Second, it is a quality assurance. The EQF recommendation places strong emphasis on the quality assurance, especially external quality assurance systems, which are particularly important in vocational education and training and in adult education sector. So again, the referencing process encourages countries to ensure that every qualification included in the framework is covered by reliable, transparent external quality assurance arrangements. So this is again essential for building trust in qualifications, both for the domestic purposes, national ones, and for international audience, European audience in particular. And third, the involvement of stakeholders. The referencing criteria underline the need to engage employers, trade unions, education and training providers, and other social partners. And here, Ukraine has been doing great work on this front. Yeah, because the qualifications that are developed and maintained with strong stakeholders' involvement are more likely to reflect the real labor market and societal needs. And finally, one of the criteria concerns precisely the use of the international experts in this referencing process. External experts can provide not only an independent view on how the national qualifications frameworks can or could be designed, how levels can be described, but also they help to ensure that the referencing process in a given country is credible and that follows the common principles agreed by all member states. So in this context, as Yuri mentioned, I was invited to act as an independent international expert within this multi-donor initiative Skills for Recovery to review your referencing report, and in particular to assess whether it meets the criteria set out in the Council recommendation on the EQF. I have already received the first draft of the report, and I will provide my written comments in mid-December. Yes, and at the end of this process, I will provide information to the European member states and the European Commission during the EQF advisory group meeting whether the Ukrainian report meets those criteria. And in this context, Ukraine was already presented, as Kun Nomden mentioned already, its initial assumptions for the referencing during the in-person meeting of the advisory group in Brussels in June this year. And the presentation of you, Yuri, was very well received and showed a high level of professionalism and commitment. So, I'm very keen to provide feedback and to work with you on this very important topic. And I'm fully aware that Ukraine is undertaking this work in extremely demanding circumstances. So continuing to develop and to reference the NQF to the EQF during the time of war, in my view, it is a strong sign of resilience and your strong orientation towards European cooperation. So to conclude, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me to this process. I'm also very keen to learn from what you are doing in Ukraine in those circumstances, and there are a number of aspects which have been marvelously done and which we can learn in Poland and other member states. Not only the digitalization, but in particular in this area, we can learn a lot from Ukraine. So I'm convinced that the Ukrainian report will contribute to those goals. Yes, and I'm honored to be able to support you in this important work. Thank you very much.
Дякую, Горацій, за високу оцінку.
Thank you, Horaci, for this high evaluation and of the work of this whole team. So the principle is that we implement reforms in Ukraine when we can and how we can, because all the night today, the Kyiv was attacked by all kinds of missiles, drones, Shaheeds, and kamikaze drones. But we have 1,882 persons registered online and 250 people here in this room. So the time is out for this panel, I know, but we have some more wish to just to make a reflection. Just please use 1 minute and a half. We start with Andriy Butenko. Dear colleagues, it's a very interesting discussion, and to look at the qualification system from the point of view of our colleagues from abroad, and as full with European standards. So we really go to Europe, and when our graduates they go to European employers, they should understand who they are. So when speaking about qualification, we should not invent a bicycle. The bicycle is invented. So now we have thousands of Ukrainian soldiers. They give their lives for us to move to European Union. And in every case, we should remember this. And even in this case of application of qualification. Thank you. And Sergei Derkachi, you developed professional standards. And did you get a new knowledge for you? Yes, a lot of new knowledge for myself, and listening to you colleagues and to our foreign partners. I'm very happy that all of us we go into the direction that all standards will be unique and all professions will be common with European standards, and it will be one single standard. So look at the professions in transportation. We saw that we have lots of professions that are old, obsolete, and they are not very compatible with European standards. So it's very difficult for our legislation. I'm very happy that we are working for a very good, efficient result. And for me, from my experience, it's very important to involve the maximum stakeholders all together, and the point of education and professional standards. It's not the issue of one single agency. It's the issue of a state body, of a private sector. I know that lots of private companies they're involved in preparing of professionals their certification because they're interested in the fast recycling of people and their employment. So I am for to be activated, all of us, and so we will see altogether the need of professional standards and new frames for training of professionals in Ukraine. Thank you, and thank you, maybe Kun. So because you had a very good presentation about which positions we should take into account, because we have the same point of view from our speakers online, from maybe Kun from a point of view of European Union, please.
Yeah, thank you to give me the floor back. I mean, what we of course do at European Commission level is to follow up what Ukraine is doing, also in the context of enlargement. So we look there at how Ukraine is complying with, let's say, the existing recommendations that are of course already in place, because when you enter EU membership, okay, you should apply those recommendations. And this is what we are doing indeed with colleagues of different services. But I would connect with what Horaci was saying before, Horaci Debowski, that working on a qualifications framework and implementing it also allows you to look at your own system and to see perhaps what needs to be reformed in the system. So this is a good occasion to look at where changes are needed. ESCO as a reference framework also for occupations or classification for occupations also allows you to see, okay, are my occupations in line indeed with national standards? So this we are doing. On the other hand, of course, we need to know in the European Union context, we do have a keyword which is called subsidiarity, and especially in education and training and skills, of course, everything that is, I mean, it is the member states that are responsible for their education and training systems and policies, and also for their, for their occupations. So in that sense, the European Union is not in that sense normative, but it provides excellent opportunities for cooperation between countries and to learn from each other. And this is also something we do very much in the context of the EQF. I hope this is a reply to your questions, Yuri.
Дякую, Кун, дякую, Пілві, дякую.
Thank you, Kun. Thank you, Pilvi. Thank you, Gorazzi, that you support Ukraine. And I hope that at the next meeting, we are always in contact with you and dear colleagues. So the moderator pushes me that the panel is finished. So thank you very much, colleagues. It will be recorded, all recommendations from our European partners and Ukrainian partners, Andriy Butenko, Sergei Derkach, and they will be described with subordinate legislation and what the parliament member was saying to us, that we hope that everything will be okay. And glory to Ukraine and glory to heroes.
Я дякую спікерам сесії за цікаву та змістовну дискусію.
I think the speakers of this session, so we have a break in front of us. It's a perfect possibility to look at the qualification center which we have at this location, and we will meet each other at 12:20.
наш форум і продовжуємо ми темою, яка надзвичайно актуальна для кожного з нас. Це
So, dear participants, we continue our forum with the topic is very relevant, is the analysis of labor market of Ukraine. So I invite Mikhail Paolo, Director of Skills for Recovery, international multi-donor initiatives that supports Ukraine through development of skills, and Skills for Recovery is the general partner of our forum. With their support, we not only implemented this event, but we recorded 4 courses of video lectures for development of national system of qualification. So we thank Skills for Recovery, and Mikhail, the floor is yours.
Before starting my presentation, I would like to congratulate the National Qualification Agency for the 6th forum. Despite COVID, despite the war, despite last night, there's always one thing what is happening in Kiev in the end of November every year, and this is the annual forum. And I think this consistency really shows how Ukraine can reform its qualification and training system. I would like to give you a short overview about the labor market in 2025 and on how to bridge training and employment. When we look on the labor market, it is fully clear that Ukraine's recovery largely depends on mobilizing and qualifying workforce. What we recognize is that there is a high vacancy rates observed in certain priority economic sectors, like construction, transportation and logistics, manufacturing and healthcare. It is fully clear that the current people available on the labor market are not sufficient to cover these vacancies, and that there is a need for up and reskilling across the potential workforce. If we look a little bit on data, and I'm now using the data from the Ministry of Economy, we recognize the following. We have roughly 13.4 million people employed in Ukraine. However, there is a need for the next 3 years of roughly 2.5 million people to ensure sustainability of the economy. And then we look on the inactive population, roughly 12.5 and 3 million people with disabilities. I think the Ukrainian government responded strategically to this approach by addressing demand as well as supply of the labor market. When we look on the employment strategy, there is fully recognized the need to activate people, to introduce flexible approaches for up and reskilling, to provide targeted groups for vulnerable groups, and to support employers to train staff via partnership with education. On the supply side, there were also some tremendous reform efforts going on. Just recently, the new law on vocational education and training passed the Verkhovnaya Rada. And here the idea is to enable training providers, schools and colleges, to better respond to regional labor market needs, to better work with employers, and to strengthen work-based training. I think in the previous panel, a lot of speakers also spoke about the EU accession. We clearly in Skills for Recovery see sectoral skill partnership as a tool to address these needs. The EU accession would also bring more flexible forms of lifelong learning, harmonization in the EU qualification area, and labor market mobility. Now it gets a little bit more data-driven in our discussion. I think what we all recognize in the labor market currently is that there's an imbalance of demand and supply. If you look on the relationship between job seekers and vacancies, you recognize there are a lot of job seekers. There are 50% more job seekers than vacancies available. So it would be naturally easy to fill up these vacancies. However, if you dig deeper into the data, you recognize that these job seekers don't have the required qualification and skills here. And then you see that for construction vacancies, there are 35% less job seekers than vacancies available. And in the other priority sectors, you see the same. If you look a little bit into the different occupations which are of relevance, then you also see that there is one job seeker and, for example, 5 vacancies for excavator operators. The same situation is for electrical fitters, for welders. So there are by far more vacancies than really job seekers available. And this shows a little bit the structural employment program of Ukraine. There are people, but they don't have the right qualification and skills available. If we look a little bit into on the supply side, I think we still have stability when it comes to the number of vet schools and its personnel. So it's slowly reducing, but it can be still regarded as stable. However, if you look on the graduate side, so graduates finalizing training courses and training programs at vet schools, you see particularly in this year a big reduction by minus 12.3%. What might be the reason? The reason might be that young men below 22 are allowed to leave the country, so they are not finalizing their vet training programs. And I think this effect will be also visible on the labor market quite soon. We in Skills for Recovery, we are supporting training in the country, and we ask ourselves always 2 questions. How can we increase the number of skilled workforce, and how can we better utilize the existing workforce? And on this panel, we would like to make a little bit or a few recommendations. First, of course, for us it is important when we want to increase the workforce is to activate people for employment. This needs to happen through flexible training programs so that new graduates are there for in-demand occupations. And the whole topic, special needs inclusion, is of course there to also provide people like ex-combatants, people with disabilities, the possibility to enter work. And we are of the sincere belief that Ukraine needs every helping hand for recovering its economy. Last but not least, also the recognition of qualifications can help so that more people are entering the labor market. When we look into how to better utilize existing workforce, then it's about fast re- and upskilling so that skills match job requirements. It's about boosting productivity, and people should have less labor-demanding technologies used. And there should be agile modalities for employment, part-time, remote working, whatever is possible to bring people back into jobs. We in Skills for Recovery, we sincerely believe that a sectoral approach is required to bring back and to activate more people for the labor market. And we are having certain sectoral dialogues in our 4 core priority sectors. And you see a little bit with how many stakeholders we are here working together. Our approach is to create awareness, to support both sides, training providers and companies, to move into business educational cooperation, so that they also can realize their commitments and have joint agreements, roadmaps, and we track their implementation. The idea here is, of course, that private sector and government and training providers work together to train people. I would like to give you also a few highlights from our implementation. I mentioned the sectoral dialogues already. There we had roughly 1,000 participants, and I think in the next years also the first results of the new cooperation partnerships would materialize. We have developed a better skills matching platform, an AI-powered service helping employers to design inclusive and gender-friendly vacancy profiles. And here it's about looking into those groups who are currently not in the labor market to really attract them and make them interesting to apply for these vacancies. Work-based training is a really important aspect, training happening in training providers as well as in employers, and there we roughly supported the training of 2,600 work and school-based trainees. Last but not least, I would like to also mention that we supported the establishment of a platform, osvitaveteranev.gov.ua, and there it's about providing a platform so that educational providers can showcase what for educational offers in vocational education and training, but also in higher education they can offer to veterans. I think everything in the end is about people. In Skills for Recovery, we have been supporting women like Lubov Kotsur, one of the first female wheeled vehicle repair mechanics in Vinica region. We are supporting veterans like Volodymyr Lega to come not only back to working place, but to manage to get back into life, into civil life. And then, of course, we are having IDPs like Sergei Sandros, who resettled to Western Ukraine and who got retrained as a forklift driver and is now working in a company together. And last but not least, it is always important to not forget young people. Yeah, I hope that in the next years also the VET graduates are rising again, because what we are seeing in the labor market is that salaries are increasing, career opportunities are increasing when people have a technical qualification instead of a higher education qualification. Thank you for your attention.
Ми дякуємо пану.
Thank you, Mikhail, for this deep analytical response to situation of labor market in Ukraine. So once again, what we heard, it underlines that the reform of labor market is the improvement of competence and improvement of needs of the state. So once again, what we see at this panel, education as the need economy and the labor market. We will see what should be the education and the role of the business in this process. And we invite Irina Shumik, member of National Agency of Qualification, for participation and moderation of this panel. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Since the last meeting, a lot of things changed, and the biggest achievement is the law on vocational education, which was adopted. We call it sometimes a loan suffered law, but I'm very happy that at this panel we will see people who were for years who took participation to make this law real, and those who are involved in its implementation and who have the new vision. So I invite with Olga Koval, People Deputy of Ukraine, head of a subcommittee of vocational education of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada on Education, Science and Innovation. You should change the name of the subcommittee. It should be on the vocational education. Also, I invite I would like to join us, Yulia Zhevtyak, Director of the State Center of Employment. So you see, colleagues, I needed to work more. And invite Olga Chabanyuk, Deputy Chairman of Trade Union of Educational Workers, and Sergei Savitsky, head of project of KSE Prof Tech, very short name. So colleagues, please, the coffee was very tasty and pastries as well. So to work and to release energy, please give us your applause to our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen who are present here, and we will be able to talk about the system of vocational education. So really a lot of things change. Please, Olga, a question to you. How do you see the changes in vocational education for the nearest 3-5 years? What will be changed by this law? What will be the relations that will change between education and the employers? So I'm close to Irina. So the first question is to me. So first of all, there will be the balance and logics of interaction between all partners, because according to this law, business and and education, they become full partners. So the business will not stay just outside view. It will become a full scale participant. How? But through supervisory board. I will not tell you about supervisory board. There will be 50, and by 50, so there will be more people from business, and the business people, they will have more powers for selection of the head of education institution, how to teach and whom to teach, and all this will be with business participation. So the system may be turned upside down. Before we were thinking whom to teach and how to teach. It was coming from the top, but now this flow comes from the bottom. So the institution, together with employers, they will define whom to teach and how. But what changes for education seekers? First of all, the law proposes choice for the seeker, so he or she will get the qualification as fast as possible, or according to educational programs and curriculum, to get the full educational professional education with all academic knowledge for the profession. It does mean that those who wanted to be a technician and will not go to higher education and postgraduate education, but this person will get all this knowledge during the time. And what changes for the state? The state should not do the micromanagement. The state should establish the main frame for the educational system to become a strategist, as we like to say, to show them the general direction of the education. All this micromanagement goes to the founders, to the institutions, and to the supervisory board. So it is in short, because if I talk too much, people will not be able to speak anymore. So thank you very much, Olga. So I wanted to express ourselves in different senses. So normally I protect the education, but today I need to stay on the side of the employers. So I don't understand that question, please, Elena. This request from employers, they say that the education is not relevant because we don't train for them with appropriate qualification. We don't give enough knowledge. We will say that the economy building the highway, but the vocational education, they just build countryside soil road. But in this context, if we wanted to implement this dream come true, how should be the graduate of vocational education? What are the openings for the graduate? So very short question. I will have a very short answer as well. So it's a half a joke only. So the best graduate is the one who can come and get to the workplace. If he comes as even as the second day, his career starts. So you know, today you read this the media, you work with business. We don't have people at all. So any person who is capable to come to the working place, it is a good worker. So this is a very short answer. So I don't agree you protect the education, but I don't agree Sergei will not agree with you as an educational institution. So we have different institutions, we have different qualifications. In some of them, qualification situation is better. In some of them, it's not, they are lagging behind. I don't like to measure in general. So when we were writing this law, what we feared, you know, because I like precise situations. This is a precise company. This is a precise situation. Veteran or a woman, and so we have a number of graduates. Portraits, but they are all different. But the common thing is they wish to continue to learn and to study. If the person wants to study, when we're looking at me once, they were asking me why do you want to study? Because other candidates they even they knew 5 foreign languages, and I asked the people, why did you select me? They told me you were the only who wanted to study. So this is the first example. When we select people for our team, we look at how the person wants to continue and to study. So the best graduate. So I with all categories, as I said, they should be in every institution. That the people should be everywhere like this, in the center of employment, in the vocational institutions. So we teach everyone, and I'm very happy. Who likes the new law for vocational education? So very little hands, but please applaud them. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. This is a big achievement, and Sergei was working in the company when we started to talk, because he will not tell me the same company. He will say I am making the advertising. So when we started, it was important. But we have this result. So people who want to achieve the results, we are here with you. That's why. So thank you, Elena. When we speak about the graduates, I want to look at the job seekers from the other side. For those who look for the jobs, and I wanted to ask Julia, and I want to point out one important thing. Yesterday we had at another forum, which gathered more than 120 representatives from businesses, and it was very important to see and to hear their point of view. And I was surprised myself, because I am always protecting how people look at the state institutions, but to hear from business people super appraisal of Center for Employment. So yesterday the people were speaking how there is an interaction and how it is open. The employment center is open to help to find jobs, but to have a different story. If before the full-scale invasion, the employers could select specialists, but today for one specialist we have 2 or 3 vacancies, and even more, as Julia says. So what is the picture from point of view of the employment center? You see today people look for requalification or just studying from zero, maybe opening their own businesses or go to other sectors. How vocational education is needed for them, and how they implement this right through employment center. Thank you very much for this positive recognition. I was not there yesterday, but it means that what we do is not in vain. So it gives us a result, because in the last 4 years, maybe the full-scale invasion made any institution, state organ, or whatever, made move faster and become better. And a lot of things changed in these 4 years. And if we speak about the complements let's speak about vocational education. I always promote vocational education, and in my opinion, subjectively, I see how much it changes because I travel a lot around Ukraine. I visit a lot of vocational educations, and I see how they are equipped now, and how they open the new laboratories for children, and lots of changes really took place in the recent years. As for the labor market, of course, we have a classical structure of unemployment. Yes, it means when we have vacancies in the country, and every day we have about 250,000 vacancies in the employment center and on the search websites, but we have half of these people registered, and you understand that looking for the job and migration plus mobilization, which influenced a lot the labor market, it makes negative consequences for the labor market. And I was preparing today, I liked a lot the phrase, as we say, what is the trajectory of on the market, labor market. Today the trajectory is forced adaptation, adjustment to the realities, and this adjustment relates to any institution, to any business. If we speak about the recycling and requalification, what happens? So this year in the employment center we had 90,000 Ukrainians retrained. Since the beginning of full-scale invasion, 250,000 through only state employment center, and the majority of them was improvement of qualification and requalification. And if we look at the modern research and in general what people say today, nobody wants to study for 4 or 5 years. Nobody. Not veterans who come back and ready to retrain. The maximum they want to do 1 year or year and a half. And if we talk to the young people who finish school, they have the different tendency. They're ready to finish private courses and to start working, and then think over. So we are ready that really for the next years our common task, and us and the state to create the programs of requalification, improvement of qualification with very short terms on durations. That was we speaking with Irina today, and I think that legislation that is changing, it will give a big impetus, and we in employment service we have 8 improvement qualification centers. They are classical, but they were for adult population, and even in our centers, for example, when we teach to use wood processing machines, it's for 11 months, and it is enough. It is too long, and we have some very successful projects. Of course, it is private businesses. People want to do private businesses, and people in the Ministry of Economy, and we speak about the grants. But we have 2 top projects. One of them is vouchers, and second is to retrain women to male professions, so to say. Vouchers, it's an opportunity for people to learn, but they are not unemployed. If before full-scale invasion it was people elder than 45, but today vouchers can be given to IDPs, to people with disabilities and veterans, and without age limits. And today, to this year, 25,000 vouchers were issued, and 25 were IDPs, 8 people with with disability, 14 veterans, and the other people were aged people, and this program is very popular. And as you heard, the professions, the people were selected as top professions were psychology and nurses and psychologists, even military they select. And as for the professions were and the tractor driver. And what we launched this year to retrain women to male professions. What is the sense of the project? Any woman can select one of 31 professions. Why 31 profession? These are the professions that were selected by the poll among the employees. We selected a lot of employees, and we chose these 31 professions. The sense is that the woman can work at this profession, and we have since March almost 1,000 women they were trained, and 300 continue, and almost 600 they finished already. So what we see, these people can work in the companies. They can be storage keeper or just a cleaner, but the employer provides them an opportunity to pass for example, the course of a tractor driver or wood processing machine operator. It's very popular, and what we saw, a lot of women who worked at these companies at our positions, and getting the new professions, they will go to a new position, and they will get another salary, and they will get another profession. And the sense it was that a woman would not even have an education at all. Lots of examples like this. So we planned to teach 2,000 women. Maybe by the end of the year will be 1,100. But it's the beginning. I would say that since the beginning of this year, there were even more women tractor drivers than it was in previous years. It is the new reality of the new economy.
Thank you, Julia. Business strives for flexibility, and employees wants to be secured. Ms. Ola, my question goes to you. From the point of view of trade union, how do you find balance between the employer and employee and to provide good conditions of work both for teachers and workers? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your question. It's true that from the position of trade union, the workers of educational and science industry in Ukraine, the challenge of the modern labor market lies in finding balance between the dynamic requests from the business and covering the needs of the employees. And certainly business needs to be more flexible, to be more adaptive, to use modern technologies and to respond to the changes in the technologies. As an educational trade union, we are emphasizing then going by the flexibility. We have to avoid prioritizing non-stable salaries, work overload, and decreasing social guarantees. Today we are talking that education today is not just a social function of the state. It is a key instrument for the economic development, innovations, and competitive capacity. And in times of war and future reconstruction, the human capital is a great resource, and it cannot be preserved without a systematic educational policy. And certainly today economy is in great need of fundamental education. We are talking about the new law on vocational education. Everyone was participating in the drafting laws on higher education and secondary education. And today we can see the key challenge in our state, that's implementing this law in practice. As a trade union, we understand that only together, having a shared understanding of our responsibilities, and the shared responsibilities between all the shareholders at the labor, that is employers, employees, state authority, and business, have to be committed to what they want to do. To preserve the human capital, employers say that there is a shortage of human capital on the labor market. On the other hand, we can see that young people, we have statistics from the Ministry of Social Policy, and we also had the statistics of the Institute of Demographics that till 2025, more than 5.6 million Ukrainians are abroad, and most of them are youth, students, that is professionals, that needs to be motivated. Mrs. Yulia told and Mrs. Olena told that no one wants to invest its time and waste its time for the most important skill, that is to get education. And that is why today everyone is talking about a quick acquirement of new skills and knowledges. And this is where the National Agency for the Quality of Education plays a key role, as they are creating center for reskilling. But we need to talk more about the human capital that has to be preserved in our country. And this human capital can only be preserved in case people, young people, because in Europe, they usually, our young people usually hunted for the work. We have a very fruitful cooperation with the Ministry of Education and other stakeholders as to the issue, what kind of recommendations has to be introduced in the educational institutions in Ukraine. For example, the courses of the basic military preparedness. We are at this moment against this proposition because the institutions of European unions take our students with no knowledge of language, and they provide a year of preparation year for them to learn language, and our students are staying there in other countries. So we have to talk a lot what are the ways to preserve the human capital here in Ukraine. We all understand that our priority today is the defense industry, but the main resource for Ukraine is certainly human capital, and certainly it is basically based on the educational professionals, because those people, teachers, are providing the platform for other people to come and to reskill, upskill, and so on. Today we had a discussion concerning the state budget, and we were discussing with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Education, with the trade unions, and we understand how it is important to fight for the regulation number 61 of the law about the bonuses of 3 minimal salaries. But we need to support our teachers and educational professionals to be effective. We foresee that up to 2030, around 15,000 of teachers will likely leave the country to find better life in other country. And how young students will enter Ukrainian university understanding this. So all the stakeholders of the labor market, we have to understand that that our common actions, a shared responsibility, a shared shared commitment can help us to preserve our human capital, and good decisions are born at the place where there is a trust and readiness to be together. Thank you, Mrs. Ola. Certainly, motivation for teachers and educational professionals is very important, and I would like to support our lawmakers. As of today, we know that certain mechanisms have been developed that allow educational institutions have the status of autonomy, and it will provide them with the instruments, with the tools to motivate their staff, their professionals, including by increasing salaries. Let me give the floor to Mr. Serhiy. Your project is very interesting one. On the one hand, it is educational project, and on the other hand, it is like an educational and business project, because you are very close to business. Mr. Serhiy, what are your life hacks? What lessons did you learn from your experience with vocational education, and how do you manage to engage employers to this project? Please share your secrets, and I will probably share your secrets with the educational institutions, how to cooperate with the employers effectively and fruitfully to get true changes in the content of the education and the special preparation. Thank you very much for your characteristics of our project. That's very pleasant to hear. I would like to say thank you, first of all, for organization of such a great event, and it's always glad to see soulmates who are sharing the same values and opinions. From the point of view of the cooperation with employees, there is no secret here. I will not tell something unique now. The issue is that we are just trying to understand employers and to offer them what they need. Let me tell you a few words about the project. So we are reskilling, retraining adults, and we are employing our graduates to the partner companies. So we are providing working places for our graduates. We are now working in such these industries as defense and security, complex machinery, industry machinery and automatization, and so on. We have started just this year. We have 36 partners within our portfolio already. The first time it was us who were knocking at the door asking for supporting our idea. We eventually came to the situation when employers are now knocking at our doors and asking for support. When I'm talking about understanding, I meant that we need to understand the employer and to offer something. We need to have a clear understanding of the current context. Certainly, the companies are now suffering from the human capital shortages, and as Mrs. Yulia told, it is very important to find this recipe from the point of view of providing the most quick solution, but we cannot lose quality on this way. We have mentioned motivation. Motivation is the key thing here. It is one of the highest priorities in terms of requirements, but nevertheless, when the employer expects a person to come and to be quickly integrated to the working process, not to invest a lot of time into this person, because we really feel the lack of professionals who lack skills. That is why the need of professionals that can be taught and integrated into the working process quickly is very important. So, certainly we need to talk about money here, because all the expenses that the business are taking to support new specialists, I mean capital investments, repairments, mentorship, and so on, that's all about investments. And certainly business is expecting that that the educational institution will offer the same, at least the same or even cheaper option for them. And because every business counts the money, so what we need to offer something that will be in line with their expectations. We are looking for a solution. We have already found this solution that will balance all these parameters, that is speed, quality, and expenses. And coming back to the very question, where is the magic? What is the secret? So the secret lies in the fact that when we are starting to communicate with the business, we are not asking what skills do they need. We are coming with our academic staff. We are scanning their equipment, their processes, their operations, and we then provide our own offer. And usually around our offers are relevant to the business up to 70%. And this is the approach which allows employers to keep in touch with us, because employer understands that those are professionals who understand what they are talking about, and they are eager to continue the communication. So the question is, how do you come to this company? If you are coming to the business partner, please don't waste your time. We will analyze everything and we will come with the offer. That's one thing. But the next thing is the future cooperation with the business, because if you will ask later you need to go through a production circle with the business. For example, when we are doing a lot of events, public events that strengthen our cooperation. We are inviting business for different forums, for different public events. We are involving the companies to test our employers. They are coming, they see our students, they can test their qualifications. We have experienced a lot of experience when we had a perfect match, when we were offering ready, if I can say so, ready to use students for a certain working place. The first program certainly was not so much effective, but iteration by iteration we were improving our programs. And we are now gathering feedbacks from our employers. And after what actually happens, our trainings last for around 5 or 6 weeks, and we can hear the feedback from the business that when our graduates come to the working place, they need just 5 or 6 days to be adapted to the working place, and that's very important. So it is very important to provide necessary skills today at this moment, and they will learn by doing at the working place later. So actually there is no magic here. I'm always talking that this is just about a huge comprehensive work. It certainly requires a lot of our efforts, a lot of nerves, because certainly sometimes business is not satisfied with what's happening. So but the key thing is here to be open for communication and to find a middle way in our cooperation and to be always open for cooperation. We were talking about the law on education, and I have to say that that's a really cool thing, because that's our future and that's a new chapter of our future, and we are glad to be the part of all this moment. Yes, certainly it was a great compromise to adopt this law. So as usually with compromises, no one was fully satisfied, but everyone agreed to that we need to do this way. Thank you very much for your sincerity. I have heard some some notes that a very important aspect here is the labor market. And today the labor market actually is in need of rapid education because of the circumstances we are finding ourselves now. But we are fully aware of the fact that today people have a lot of possibilities and opportunities. You can either follow a long-term program and dive deep into very specific skills training, but you can also choose to take a short-term training to get a certain certificate. I'm very happy to know that we are now having the so-called certified programs when the employers are actually recognizing the certificates, and a person who acquired such type of certificate can easily get the job offer. Mrs. Ola, my next question goes to you. How do you think we will ensure the quality of education in future? I'm just hinting on the a network of qualification centers. Balanyuk, but Mr. Yuri, you want to discuss qualification centers. It will be very valuable discussions. I know the discussions we had during our working groups on these issues. I know that educators are not very happy with this approach, but it seems to me that they do not really understand the positive aspects of this future, and because we didn't used to assess ourselves in a positive way, and here we need to change a philosophical approach a bit. So please elaborate on this. Thank you, Mrs. Irina. Yes, sure. One of the most disputable points when we were discussing the law, that was the assessment of the acquired qualifications through the qualification centers. Somehow, a lot of people perceive that as a certain untrust to the system, but I would see it in different lenses. This is not untrust to the system. This is an impulse for the system to reveal their drawbacks, because only when you have the assessment from the third party, especially when you're engaging business to that, will show institutions the drawbacks where there is a great need for improvement, where you have to focus on a closer cooperation with business and so on. So this is the accent that has to be made here. It was an important change to introduce this assessment through the qualification centers, because educational institutions are now using very different approaches to providing educations, and the graduates from different educational institutions actually comes up with different level of knowledge that they are getting in different institutions, though the general training or education has to be based on the unified standard, but it doesn't go this way all the time. So we need to ensure that basic minimum and a great maximum. So we need to ensure this basic minimum that will have the trust from the employer. I do understand that this system is now calling for a lot of questions, because how it will work. We don't have a special qualifications center for that or that profession, but as soon as we have a request, we will establish a qualification center, and because we can see that each month National Agency of Qualifications publishes reports with the results of their work and results of the expanding the network of qualification centers, and I can see this positive dynamics every month, and it is and the number of qualification qualification centers is increasing all the time. We had a talk with Mr. Azukovsky today, and we talked that qualification centers are not only for vocational education. The higher education is also interested to develop the system of qualification centers on the basis of their institutions. It is about the development of stage-by-stage educational process. It is not about the fact that the system of higher education wants to get learners to them, but a lot of the heads of the universities want to see the smooth growth from the professional, then vocational education, and then going to the higher education. So this is the aspect we have to focus our attention on. Qualification centers is not about distrust. Qualification centers are about trust and development. Thank you, Mrs. Ola. You have made such a good bridge. Because today we can discuss the achievements as a result of the adopted law on vocational education. Probably next year we will discuss the law on the national system of qualification, which have been prepared for a long period of time, though it is a very complicated task to do. But Mrs. Olena, the question goes to you as to the person who has actually launched the development of the system of qualification with no law behind your shoulders. So what should you do to make the system work in Ukraine with no relevant law available and no money appropriated? So Mrs. Ola mentioned today that the system of higher education also needs the system of qualifications. And so my question is, what can we expect in the closest future in terms of transformations of qualifications? I mean professional qualifications, and because professional standards according to the law is now number one to take into account when developing curricula within the higher education institutions. And recently our colleagues from the European Union shared their experience about this qualification systems. So taking into account also their experience, what else do we need to do in the system for the education system as a whole to use their results as well? First of all, the European experience. I think that European experience needs to have Ukrainian experience to be adopted. And I'm not joking here, because when we started this work a few years ago, the professional standard was born from the fact that Mr. Serhiy started. Business was understanding what's happening on the working place, and the educational institution actually didn't know. And to take away this discussion, the educational institution always told us, please tell us what you want and we will be able to shape our curriculums. But each ministry, we didn't have law at that time, but we had a lot of people in different ministries, and I was telling, but let's try. And we have started from 6 professional standards, and they all actually belong to the higher educational level. And that time, higher education told us, so please don't teach us how to do as we know better. And Mr. Yazukovsky, who is here now, also remembers this time. But today we can see so much changes here. There is no discussion anymore. Why do we need the professional standard? It is not just a move forward. When the European colleagues came here and was analyzing the system, they told me, we don't understand. How did you make it? We were working this for years and we didn't manage to do it. And how did you make it? Actually, it was our first step, and the second step was how to introduce, how to implement this idea. It was not about So business was using the system for the working trajectory, and this was the main focus we were concentrated on. This is not a standard for the educational system. That was a standard for the professionals. And if a person has a list of the professions, each person can understand how they can respond to this, because they have clear understanding what's happening on the working place. And now it seems very obvious when we are talking, and it's quite a European experience when we are talking to the employers and develop our common interests and what do we need. So we were dealing with this for a long period of time, and now we have a baby, and actually now we want to have another baby, that is a law on the national qualifications. But as practice showed, the first baby was has been delivered by 15 years, and we hope to have our next baby delivered much more sooner. So I hope that we will work on the law, on the professional qualifications much faster, because we have no choice, no time and no choice to work for this on this law for a long period of time. We have here the partners for ERD who actually agreed to cooperate with us on developing this law. So we have started this work, and dear members of parliament, Ministry of Education, you are all also working on these questions. So I don't like the promises that I cannot fulfill, but I do promise that we will have the first hearing of the law next year, and we will have the educational institutions that are very interested in this. And one more comment. We are talking so much about ensuring internal quality and external quality. So this is just a tool for ensuring external quality. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Olena. It is certainly worth doing. Mrs. Yulia, any system has to operate with a certain database. Today, I am providing a lot of compliments to the state employment centers. We are. So you need to work with databases, but you have to know where you are getting this data. So can you please tell me, how do you work with all the data? How do you get them? How do you collect the data? And how do you analyze them? Do you take into account the requests from the labor market?
I'll try to be short. We have 3 minutes only. So what we do today, for several years, we, together with our foreign partners, with Helvetas, with the Federation of Employers and State Employment Service, we make polls within business in good sense. It is 60,000 employees. We get the questionnaires and we get responses of what the businesses are needing. In shorter-term perspective, are they ready to employ women, children, and veterans, and what are the obstacles, and what, as I say, for our service, it's not only just to get the database, and make analysis, but it is a roadmap for work for 1 year, because after these polls, with businesses and employers in every region and every district, we can think, and when we can start to think where we'll find such people for them, or just work on retraining programs. As I say, our work today, this year, our work is very creative. It's not just take a person and just pay him or her money and so. It doesn't work like this. It's just a creative work, what you can do in the realities that exist now. And it is always not all. If we say, as Elena is saying, I don't like promises at all. What we can do really, we should do and make matching of registers between all institutions. It's not a very easy. And so when we match the register and when we have the all the appropriate data that we need, I think that we will be able always also to integrate the programs and think in a different way. So if we see at a certain district center of employment, we see that there is an employer who needs something, and we can go into the register and we see what are the graduates from which institutions, educational institutions we will have, and we will be able to think immediately to work for the future. And I think it will be our perspective for the future years. We don't have any other choice. I think we will go fast in this sense. Thank you very much for your reply, because sometimes we forget that all the data, it's a part of work. Ukraine is the leader here. We know how to do it, and I think that in 2 years, 1 year, we will sell this idea to someone else. In 1 year. Okay, Oля, please. I will come to the professional standards. The employer dictates the requirements for professional standards. But what do the trade unions do in this sense? Elena, applause to you. Really, today, the force of trade unions becomes even getting a new sense, and we understand that we can get success only together, because today the trade unions, they not only protect the working people, but they also give this opportunity to write a very comprehensive professional standards, because they cooperate with people that are at the front line of educational processes. They know what works now, what is obsolete, what we need to use to go together with the times, because only the teachers, they are the unique and universal soldiers that can be retrained in one night and be prepared for the lecture and lessons, especially when we speak about the retraining. But we should not forget that in our country we have reforms. What are reforms? They need the money, and we see the reforms without investments. And I cannot avoid speaking about the program, the skills recovery program, whom were capable to unite more than 50 foreign partners in one program, who invest in Ukrainian economy to retrain. And the trade unions, they are as advocates and lawyers who protect the working conditions, and also the participant who helps just to write standards for faster retraining. Yes, just a small example. We can draw a painting on the wall yourself, but when the professional will come, he will see, and he will show you that the wall was not flat, and it's very easy to use as a professional. So, Sergey, I think that we are finishing now, and our panel is passing very fast by. And from you, I would like to ask you to maybe to generalize and to sum up and to tell us one or two things. What you, as a private institution, what you see, what do you see as positive in the vocational education and connection of with business? And second, I don't like the problem of problems, but what are the challenges that are left for us to work next year together? Thank you. The key positive thing is that the law is about the flexibility, cooperation with businesses, that education will be more and more. I believe it will give these important, useful things and support the business, and this law gives the opportunities for this. And the National Agency of Qualifications, it's very important story. Ursula Brandt that presented her research. I heard that learning will be a very important priority. So I understood that without a system qualification, it will not be possible. And it's cool that it appeared that it's a big positive thing. But the challenges, that's what we feel now. The challenges are about involving people, because not everyone can come today and change the profession, because yesterday I was working at a cash desk and now I will be the machine operator. But we have this opportunity today, so we can create these possibilities, so some professional orientation, career guidance. Those who didn't see the career guidance today, please come and see. So let's cooperate in this sense, and we will do everything. Thank you, Sergey, and we will finish. And I think, and from me personally, I thank all colleagues at this panel for your contribution and intensive work this year. Thank you, Sergey, for the challenges, and now we understand what we need to do next year. And dear participants and colleagues, please let's react to our speakers today. We will thank them with big applauses, and thanks a lot. I give the floor. Yes, yes, it was very interesting, because Irina does a lot for educational system, for vocational education, for National Agency of Qualifications. Thanks to Irina, we have this law about which we spoke today. And I give the floor, and I give the mic, and thank you, and fruitful work to all. Thank you to the moderator and the speakers of this session. So we heard not only the analytics and the precise vision how the education can and may respond to requests in the labor market. gentlemen, among our participants today, we have the qualification center joint stock company Zaporizhzhia Metallurgic Works Zaporizhzhia style. So this is one of the biggest place where the getting new skills takes place in real production. So considering the specifics of this production, the workers of the qualification center, they produced us a video. So the operator of the crane is involving responsibility, precision, and quality. So we provide everything that every specialist works in the reliable way. We will show you how it takes place. So getting qualifications through the qualification center confirms the qualification of the specialist, and starts with the registration. The specialist supplies the documents and passes qualification, and only after the access granting goes to the training. And first is the theoretical test, which includes the theoretical knowledge of working on the crane. Second, before the practical test, is a very important phase working on the simulator. And this is a modern simulator that shows how to work on a crane. So we check the reaction on signals, and we work on the precision of maneuvers. After the simulator, we go to the practical part, operating a crane in real conditions on a special testing ground. So it's important to follow all the rules here. The first exercise, raising and lowering the load with smooth movement, and then the movement of the load to the precision place. The operator shows the capacity to work together in a team, and capacity to react to signals. The qualification center assures objective assessment with through independent evaluators. The result of practical exercises, the specialist is granted the certificate if all tests are passed. Certification has been passed. Victoria confirmed her capacity to work, and she is ready to work in a reliable and safe way. During the war, the field of security became not only the protection field, but as a source of new professions, new competencies, and new challenges for qualification system. How to adjust these professions to civil reality, how to convert military experience to professional qualification, and how the main idea, how to support those who come back from the war on their professional road. We will speak right now, and I give the floor to the member of National Agency of Qualification, to Bogdan Morklanik. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Any event that takes place in our country cannot be without a topic of the war. And in the war topic, we can only speak about the professionals. What are the professionals? The professionals everything, and the professionals, they are based on trainings and qualification, and that's what will allow us to gain the war. And please, dear colleagues, let me allow the participants who will be the members of the panel. Mrs. Yulia Kirillova, the Deputy Minister of the Veterans of Ukraine. Alexander Tarasenko, the Director of Department of Education and Science of Ministry of Internal Affairs. Andriy Chernyak, the President of National Academy of the Security Service of Ukraine, Stasis Paldunas, international expert Volodymyr Mirnenko, representative of Ukroboronprom, and Andriy Poddemai, deputy chairman of Committee of Stable Development of Federation of Employees of Ukraine, and Larissa Baida, program director of the National Assembly of People with Disability of Ukraine. So, dear participants, we showed the vector. Let's speak about it a bit. Please, Yulia, do we need the development of a strategy, or just we have already how to adjust veterans for civil life? Can we use them or their competences in military professions to be used in peaceful world? Thank you, and everyone present and invitation because you use such important topics and the return of veterans to civil life, and especially assuring the independence in economy. It's one of the priorities of a veteran policy. How do we look at this, and why do we look at this? Today, we have big numbers of our defenders who are decommissioned from the army and from defense of Ukraine, and they come to peaceful life, so they dismiss them because of the state of the state, and they have some limitations, as we saw when they come to their previous working places. According to statistics, about 50% of decommissioned they come to previous workplace, and 50% they change their occupations and look for new employers. And those who come back, they face big problems related to the law of Ukraine on labor protection. So those who were traumatized or they were injured, they cannot come to the previous workplace. So they need a retraining and changing of employment, and and that's why we needed to use the programs which we have now. And if we speak today about veterans, so these are the yesterday's defenders who passed a very difficult and complicated training phase in defense sector, and they worked with these professions, and of course their qualifications should be taken into account when we look for the future work and their activities. And together with this, thanks to Yuri, and together with them and Federation of Employees of Ukraine, we launched the project Qualifications Hardened by the Fighter. And this project is focused to transfer this military experience, compare this military experience and how to use it in the civil sector, because as of today nobody over civil HR and the recruiters they know anything about this, and the veterans they don't know how to use this experience or if it can be used at all. So I like to show this example of a sniper, long range. So when we compared hundreds of professions and compared between standards and other professions, and we pointed out very evident professions. For example, if a person was a driver during the military, and he can come back to this profession, and in evident a sniper, for example, to train average sniper as of today in the army, there are more than 200,000 euro. Please tell us where in the civil sector, or maybe in except the banking, so many resources can be invested. So these people can who can work with different data, and they can calculate very fast, and they are very good financial analytics. They can work with for big finances, but it is not evident because every 1 year ago when we worked with veterans in and the work you are, Robota you are, and we created a separate tag for veterans, and there were vacancies for drivers. Just the sniper is very difficult. So for myself, I am a signal officer of headquarters of a unit, and so I know about. Radio stations. I know cryptology. I know what is this system of protection of data. I know these approaches. Just let's imagine yesterday. Tomorrow Putin will lose, and I come to the peaceful life, and I have a list of capacities, and what should I do? You can be a perfect specialist in cyber protection, and to know how to do it. This year we launched a state program with a platform which is called Career of a Veteran. So you can enter there, you can be verified there through our register of veterans, and employers enter there, and we have more than 42,000 vacancies placed on this platform. And a perfect example for recently, 2 veterans, they were employed through our platform in the Верховна Rada Committee for Social Policy. It's a very good indicator for us, and this platform, we taught it to work in the sense that to help to compose a CV, and the person puts civil experience, military experience, and the platform transforms these skills and selects according to these skills the vacancies which are very relevant. Thank you very much. We have the National Agency of Qualification, and we have a big representation, and the association, not association, but let's say the Federation of Employees of Ukraine. It's a very big partner for this initiative, just to compare these military and civil professions, and they put it on themselves. And I just ask Andrei Podimai, can you share your results, please? And thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Armed Forces of Ukraine, because just because of them we have this opportunity to be gathered here and have this event. And secondly, Yulia also said that Ministry of Veterans, together with the Federation of Employers and Helvetas, we for several recent months, we compared and made a research of military experience and skills that people got while they were serving in the defense sector, and as to compare them with civical qualification, and how to produce routes, how a person from a military career, when it is finished, how to come back to civil life, what profession to select, if the person will be supported, who will support the person, and how. But everything starts with that for us, this research will be scaled up, and we compared 1,000 military professions. We checked 400 professional standards and 2,000 entries in classificator of professions and qualification characteristics, and we compared everything as this, and what we saw. We can split qualifications in 3 groups that fully coincide: driver or battery specialist, they coincide fully in civil life, their competences they coincide, the knowledge that you get during military life, and we learned that military skills they cover more. But the first route, when you have a full coincidence. Second route when 50% and more coincide. So we looked at the electrician in the military service and the civil electrician. So in the professions, they have 80% of coincidence because of the power of the equipment. So the person can come to a qualification center, and the person who is responsible for the employment has an interview, asks the person what the person has, and then goes to the second phase of evaluation. So this is the second route, which can finish with additional qualification or just being provided additional requalification courses and get a civil qualification. And the third route, the military professions that are not existing in the civil life. For example, flame thrower, or maybe commander of a tank and a sniper, but they have a lot of skills. They have a lot of knowledge that can be very easily transformed into civil professions. For example, the sniper can be financial analysts and people related to equipment, and they know the military equipment. They can be compared to special equipment operators. For example, tractors, they have the match of 75-80%. And during our research, we use AI to work with big masses of data. Maybe it will be the second step when the person will come saying what was his skills, and the artificial intelligence will select the professions for which the person can work and build a route. Should he need a short retraining program or not, and how to get a new qualification. And so we heard the professional standard, but we understand that for the fourth year we have the war and qualification requirements for the defense sector. They revised maybe in a year for 3-5 years. For example, cyber security, you cannot make a standard. You should only learn. And we have the people from higher education, from security service academy. So please, Andrei, did the war change the approaches to training? Yes. Yes, of course. This is a question that even foreign guests ask us, and a lot of things were changed because our security service was transformed from security to security and defense service, and we should not lag behind. And what our head puts for us as the tasks, we should coincide with the needs of today, and the new professions appear, and new specialists are trained. We are very well developed in the technology, because if before in security service the technology was not the biggest priority, we were using more operating work and psychology, but today we use OSINT, cyber hygiene, profiling, and so we start with physical training, and we finish in the cyber security, because this principle of octopus is the only thing that will allow not only a cadet but but a graduate to be capable to get a good trajectory in the professions in civil life. So we need to provide him not only the list of competencies that are set, but that can be increased, and that what we do, we are oriented on the stakeholders. We work with closely with all the law enforcement bodies, and so we have very permanent communication. That's what our chairman established for us. So, for example, prevention of cyber penetration or synth technologies, and we work with a private state partnership. If we know the best expert in this field, we invite this person. Of course, where we should be the perfect, we should communicate with the best experts, and so that's why we defined several priorities. Last year, we created a platform for the sector of security and defense. We created a new studies, and if the heads of all law enforcement, starting from Ministry of Interior, are finishing by general headquarters and our partners from abroad, and if they wanted to get this curriculum and learn, I just provide. I just invite them. Now we protect the cyber systems through synth analytics. That's what we need for the defense and security, but we need the practice communication, very fast decisions. But do you have this feeling of isolation that you are just within yourself? You don't have horizontal connections with other institutions. Yes, so you can stay inside your institution, and you just you can close your gates and with sentinels. So for us as educational institution, we have the feeling that we want to be the best, but we don't close up ourselves. We work with many institutions, with the National Institute of Certification, with the state signal, special service, and we work at professional standards for synth analytics with specialists for protection and state secrets, where the security service where we provide licenses, we should be the best. So we understand that to make an application, it's not about application. We think about our employees. We should know about the standards of state security, and all the employees should be professionally developed and assure all compatibility with the standards, and now we need the maximum objective result. Yes, thank you. But we understand there are principles of external evaluation, and in this case, I would like to invite Stasis Paldanas, who is now represents the auditor from the organization into which we want hugely to enter the NATO. How do you look at the educational system in Ukraine?
That education system in Ukraine is built, and today we are talking about integration of injured soldiers and so into society. Let's look at the education system. For example, as you know, military education system is unique because our task is to train and educate officers and COs for today's activities, not for future, but what they are required now. Even in circumstances which Ukraine is, in a status of war, we do not have much time to focus on long educational system. If we're talking about integration, for example, almost all high military education institutions running a master degree, PhD, doctor's degrees. So it depends on personnel which could decide if I wanted to go to vocational or to career-long education. If I wanted to stay as a maintenance specialist, I go to vocation. If I wanted to grow through a career, yes, I go to master degree or other high education institutions to get a diploma. Not certificate, but a diploma. Secondly, what education system, I mean professional military education system is doing now in Ukraine, first of all, it's a synchronization and interoperability between all defense sector. For example, graduates from National Guard University, from police, or from Ministry of Defense are educated and trained according to the same standards and procedures. So it means if I am military, in land forces command, whatever, I can go to police structure and to find occupation because my education allows me to occupy some positions. Now I would like to look at competencies, for example, how to integrate these people into society. What kind of qualities education system Ukraine proposed? First of all, as you know, professional military education system in Ukraine went through the transformation. Already it is transformed and it is built according to Western approach. Unfortunately, we have here one small problem. It's a human resource management system which is not aligned with career management. But anyway, look at the competencies. First of all, it's what officers on CA are trained and educated. It's first of all on critical thinking and problem solving. Secondly, teamwork and collaboration, professional and strong work ethic, leadership. I think all these kind of competencies which are educated and trained during their career in the military really can be used in society. Because, for example, not the system require different people at different level. As you know, PME system is built on tactical, operational, strategic level. So if I am graduate of strategic leadership, really I can be a good manager at any company because I know how to manage company. I know project management. I know how to lead enterprises and so. But everything depends on our mindset and of course how society accept this military personnel and accept to the team work, to the team in different organizations.
Скажіть, будь ласка, а що нам треба ще зробити, щоб наші
Can you tell us what should we do that our higher education institutions could give us the membership in the consortium of headquarters of NATO?
The problems is language, I would. So, and one of the first requirement for all officers, it should be language. To speak free, and of course, the second point is mobility. Enable to move and to be recognized in international community. So to participate in research projects, to participate in conferences, different levels. This is a way how you can be integrated into international society and to participate in different colleges.
Щиро дякую. Шановні колеги, це дуже важливий напрямок.
Thank you very much, and dear colleagues. Yes, of course, it's so difficult, delicately. Stasis described our system. We have a lot of work to do, and please let me give the floor. We have the leader in the defense field. We have the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It's about development of standards. You were always the flagship in this sense. So I would like to invite Mr. Tarasenko. How do you see this point? Thank you very much for the invitation. From the Agency of Classification for these events. It's the platform for exchange of experience, and I don't stop persuading that National Agency of Classification makes us work for our future, because professional standards of classification, this is our future. And of course, the war changes civil life and activities of everyone in the field of defense and security, and every sector now depends on the competences. When the competences in the front line, they are needed in the civil life. When the defense and security, they need intra-sectorial program, not only training in the defense sector. So all of us know that several years ago the drone operators, it was a hobby for technicians, but as of today, this is the basis of our defense of our front. And today we speak that in the civil life, these competencies are enormously important. And in my mind, the point is professional qualifications, they exist in our imagination. Let me explain. People learn, they get skills and knowledge, but these competencies, they are not formalized in a document accepted by the state or our international partners. As an example, I will tell you, today we cannot imagine the investigation of crimes without OSINT analysis, and OSINT analysis bases, they are included in all trainings of professionals with specific training conditions. We have a training from scientific specialists and our teachers, and I would like to mention that absence of qualification in this sense creates inconveniences, because there is no professional procedure how to confirm the competencies, and of course, the war influenced the approaches to competences even in the Ministry of Interior, because the approach to the competency changes, and we don't have enough competence. And in the Ministry of Interior, we have a new key fields like protection from drones, and documenting of war crimes, crisis interaction with international partners, assuring partners the support for the veterans, and it's only a part of the competencies that we today have to get.
And finally, I would like to tell a few words about veterans. It is very important to get the experience of those people that are today at the front line, and they are acquiring completely new skills. And within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, there is a special area of work that is focused on this category of people. We are working to ensure such veterans will have a working place after coming back to the civil life. Due to the employment of veterans, we are getting the experience that is critically important for us. The next thing here, I would like to admit that we are permanent, all the time, sending our workers to the front line to work there in the frontline district so that our employees could exchange the experience and could gain this frontline experience, and so that that experience could be introduced to our education, to our training courses, so that our graduates were as much prepared as possible. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Today we have Volodymyr Ivanovich Mernenko. Your aim was to certificate so now you are representing a customer. You are actually an employer for our graduates. So what is your opinion on it? How should we build up and structure our work to have these professional competencies? Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here today. Dear colleagues, I would like to admit that in the period when the country is in war, and when we are modernizing our defense and industrial sector, the education is that multiplicator that allows us to increase the production, defense area production. Talking about the challenges that we are now facing in terms of producing weapons, first of all, we need to increase this. We need a lot of weapons, and it had to be of high quality. We need to introduce new advanced technologies into this producing process. And the second thing, human capital. Where do we get those people who are good at modern advanced technologies and professionals in that sphere? That is why I'm so grateful to the Ministry of Defense and your organization for the programs that they are creating to strengthen these competencies. At this moment, I can see how this architecture of the competencies is building up. There is a clear framework for qualifications. There are professional standards, there are methodologies for assessment of these professions, and the third thing, digital tools that are streamlining all these three factors. So this structure starts to function very well, and it is our task to make it work well. We need to have and we need to create as balanced systems so that it works smoothly. Concerning the veterans, it's a great resource for our country. No other country has such kind of resource. They have a great experience of using different types of weapons. What kind of cooperation do we have with the National Qualification Agency today? We told that our veterans have different kinds of competencies of using different types of weapons. So let's add some other kinds of qualifications to them, and we will have the professionals. There is a unique profession that can work here in Ukraine, and the leadership of Ukroboronprom will support this idea, and we will have a fruit cooperation in this area. Tell me, please, there are representatives of the institutions of higher education. Are there a lot of training programs or curricula that are actually confirmed by Oboronprom? Or do you feel that there is a great gap between us and between you? Probably we should do something to meet each other halfway, just to understand the needs of the country, of the state, especially in this time of war. Because now it feels like universities are following their own path, and the needs of Ukroboronprom are not taken into account completely. They are just following their own ways, and these ways will never intersect. You are not right. You are wrong. We have a very intensive work with the National Academy of Science, with the Vice President, Mr. Gurbulin. We have a great cooperation with the scientific institutions, military institutions, I mean. But you are talking about educational programs, curriculums. Just a week ago, I have approved the educational curricula at the Kyiv Polytechnic University, Digital Vision. Great educational program, and we have approved it. So we are just growing stronger. We will build up our cooperation with our higher education institutions. But this is a game for years, and we need experts just today. So due to these centers of qualification and the cooperation with them, we will manage to do that a bit faster. So, but the work is going on. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. There is such a notion as a 24 hours report. What does it mean? It seems to me that and there is such a wording, sanitary losses, and actually we are talking about the people lost in the fight. And today we have Larissa Baida, who is a program director of the National Assembly with people with disabilities. How do you see this problem of the people with disabilities in regards to the topic of our section? Thank you very much for the invitation. You know, I am listening very attentively all the speakers today, and when I entered the panel, I just thought, what am I doing here? Higher educational institutions, reskilling, upskilling, and so on. But finally, I understood that all the day is devoted to us. Because we are the people who will be involved to the system, who will be trained, skilled, and reskilled. The National Assembly is an umbrella organization that actually includes more than 120 organizations of the people with disabilities, including veterans of this war. We are the only one organization in Ukraine that since 2014 received support from NATO in terms of reintegration of the veterans in Ukraine. I don't think a lot of people know about that, but we were training our militaries with injuries could be integrated to the civil life so that they could open their own business and start working. We were talking a lot about how we managed to overcome the institutional barriers in our country. That's about our politicians, high officials, policies within different educational institutions, and so on. But when we were shaping all these policies, we just forgot about the key factor. Who is going to implement all these policies? So we can have the best practices possible on the paper, but who is the person to implement this? So basically, I have the feeling that we have laid down the basement, but there are a lot of cracks there. If we are talking about the training of trainers, after 2014, we have introduced a special course related to the cooperation to work and how to work with the people with disabilities and veterans with disabilities. I will not look for other examples. Let me stop on what I have mentioned already. For example, sniper or mechanic specialist. They left army because they had some problems with health. The sniper has lost his vision, so we cannot picture some perfect picture how he or she can be integrated. We are now talking about veterans as about a future, but we have to pay attention for them today. We don't pay attention to the impairment, to the injuries they have got as a result of war. Someone has lost vision, someone has lost limbs, some others has different other injuries, but we have to take into account all these impairments. We have to prepare the personnel of the higher educational institutions or the vocational education. They have to be trained how to work with these types of people. I may put a question. Do we have any software in any vocational or higher educational institutions working with people with disabilities? Oh, that's great. I can see 2 hands. Let me wrap up. That's great. And this means that we are not also taking into account the factor of disability. And this is a great resource and a great potential. If we will look to the story of the disabilities and we will recall all the businessmen who were the best people working on the industrial mechanisms. Those were people who had visual impairments because they were working with work. So we have to change our view on this question and to work on it and to pay our attention to it. I would like to say thank you to GIZ, German International Agency, and the Ministry of Education that have actually heard us, and we will work with the vocational education institutions, and we will work with the teachers to adapt them and to explain them what they need to do, why veterans are not coming to the institutions, why they do not enter to the vocational or higher education. Mrs. Larissa, let me intervene. According to all our principles accepted on our road to the European educational environment, all the programs accredited gives answer to the only one question: accessibility to the educational program. And that's an open data bias. You can just look in detail about that. So we do have the programs that are declaring actually accessibility, and there are some programs that do not actually declare accessibility. We have to understand that the work is being done in this area. It will not come soon, but it is done. I would like to say that it is very important. I have a good friend of me, Oleg Avtemenko, that's a colonel of the armed forces of Ukraine, and he got a difficult injury in 2022, and he lost vision completely. He was finding himself for a long period of time, but now he is working at the University of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When the head of the university heard about this colonel and the impairments he got, he told him, "Come here, we will find a job for you." And the veteran told me, "I'm ready to work, but I cannot see anything." And they found a solution for that. And we will have a lot of people with visual impairments as a result of war, especially those who are working with FPV drones and other systems. So we have to provide a possibility for them to develop, to evolve themselves, and to grow and to become professionals they want to be. And recently, Oleg actually has written his PhD, and that's one of a great example examples of such stories. Dear colleagues, does anyone want to intervene here? Probably some comments. Volodymyr Ivanovich, could you please add some emotions to our conversation to wrap up our panel with on the optimistic note? Talking about veterans and professional qualifications, I would like to admit that the experience of the advanced countries of the world says that there is always a percentage. For example, in USA, it's 30% of the company staff has to be consisted out of veterans. So the legal framework has to be organized in a relevant way. That's what relates to the veterans. And concerning the educational institutions, dear colleagues, I understand that it is very difficult for you. You also feel lack of personnel, but please understand us as a client. We desperately need high qualified professional workers, and only education is there to solve this problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope that this positive mood at the end of our conversation will lead us to another topics to proceed. Thank you very much. Let's take a family photo, please. Does it work? So reconstruction of Ukraine is not possible without strong human capital and inclusive labor market that provides chance for everyone. How international community is enhancing this process? The answer to this question will be provided by our international partners. Katerina Markevich, project manager of Helvetis. Dear colleagues, hello. I couldn't imagine I can see myself on the screen. First of all, I would like to say thank you to our partners, organizers of this great event that has already become annual and is gathering a lot of people, representatives of the authorities, experts, teachers, and their rectors. I was so happy to see here a lot of acquaintances and teachers on this event. It tells us that this topic is very important for all of us. I'm representing international organization from Switzerland. It is named Helvetas. We are working in 38 countries of the world, and the spectrum of our work is very broad. We are working with economic topics and ending up with a response to the crisis. Economic development is not possible without human capital, as far as you know. And when I was preparing for today's event, we took decision to share the results of the research we have conducted this year and to tell you about the innovative approaches we are using in our work and how we are trying to foster the development of human capital. Mrs. Yulia Zhovtyak mentioned today that we were taking part in the research of the employers. We have conducted this research and we have interviewed 55,000 employers just to understand where do we need the demand and what is the need at the labor market and to understand what we need to do. But to be more precise and to make our work more targeted within the program of economic resilience introduced by the Swedish Agency for International Cooperation. So we have chosen actually 11 sectors of industries just to understand what is the labor market state at each sector of industry. So we have analyzed economical state. We saw that the largest GDP share lies in trade. But if we look at, for example, the employment market, labor market, the situation is actually the same. The trade sector has the greatest share of GDP, and most of people are working within this sector. And this year showed an increase in this indicator. If we look at the budget sectors, so there is a great share of people working in those sectors, but the share of people who were fired, dismissed, is also increasing each year. Agriculture, transport, energy-related sectors, such as systematic industries, important from the point of view of the infrastructure development, we can see, unfortunately, decrease of employment there. Today, we were talking a lot about about women in different professions, and we were analyzing this moment as well. And we can see that a lot of industries of economy are prevailed by women. But what is interesting to know that there is an increase of the men's share in traditionally women's profession, especially it relates to the teaching and education. Why is it so? Certainly because a lot of men try to work in education because of dismissal from military service. Also, we can see the lowest indicator in the water supply system and in the machinery and construction and transport. Talking about the age structure, if we comparing young people and and senior people, those sectors that are more mobile, like IT sector, logistics, or trade, we can see young people prevailing. Certainly, that's a better choice for them. Such sectors as machinery, agriculture, etc., construction, we can see that a large share of senior people is working there. Analyzing generally these sectors of these industries and analyzing the needs of personnel in each industries, we understood that the great shortage is related to the sectors of infrastructure. So which outcomes we have made? The human resources needs is certainly we lack employees in all the industries, and this is affected certainly by the level of salaries, the issue of mobilization, and certainly. But what are the key factors? That is a low offer for personnel to to work in technical professions. We saw that if we are talking about very handy profession, we have a great demand for electro installers, drivers, and so on. We often can hear that such professions are old school professions, but this is actually the bias and the myth. So let's make our best to dissolve this myth. A lot of people of such professions are working even with the IT systems. For example, in the most advanced IT office, they need electrician for maintain the system. So there is a demand for such professions. What is important that people that are working in such type of professions, they have the highest level of adaptability, and they can grow very fast, very quickly. For example, let's take usual mechanists working with the cars, because if you manage to identify the problem, you can repair it as soon as possible. So what we understood, there is actually a demand for different kinds of professions, certainly for very working professions, but also IT professions, and so on and so on. Nonetheless, in our activities, Helvetas wants to support and empower the labor market in places where there is a need for it, especially in terms of vocational education. We have taken 3 regions, and we are providing training, short-term courses there and the middle-term courses on reskilling or upskilling. And we are providing possibility for people of different types of people, different kinds of people. I mean, women, men, veterans, people with disabilities, people from rural districts. Unfortunately, such people rarely have access for such type of education. So we are supporting the vocational education institutions, and we are issuing a special certificate, and these people can then be employed. And we are providing material and technical support to the vocational colleges which provides them possibility to strengthen their institutional capacity. But here I mentioned hard skills, but it is also very important to develop soft skills. For example, if you are talking about electricians, they are mostly very closed people. They are not always adaptive to work with a great team, and so on. So our courses usually are focused on developing soft skills and even career consultants, because sometimes it is not possible to employ yourself if you don't know how to present yourself.
So, if we sum up, because my time is coming out, our activity is not is based on provide some assistance for us. It's very important to run some research, provide targeted support, and as we work with state authorities this year, we participated in development of the law of Ukraine on vocational education. It's important for us to provide recommendations. On these slides, we showed general recommendations for different ministries, depending on the sectors. In general, we can say we are for the dual education. We are to improve the equipment base of all institutions, vocational schools, and engineer schools, and it's very important to develop these short modules on micro qualifications for adult veterans and the IDPs. Next, we have the state employment service. Nothing should contradict. We should follow requirements of executive and legislatory authorities, and then the educational institutions. We implement this. The most important, the people who perform, and the employers that can buy people. So everything should depend on the employers. They provide this request, ministry works on the request, and they work with the educational institutions so that the programs that are introduced, short-term or long-term, it's very important they would match the needs of the employers, and the employers should play very big role in the field of education. And we define that, first of all, they should be partnerships with educational institutions, individual programs, dual programs, dual education, investment in the digitalization and modern equipment, and also it is said to involve European donor programs. I would say it is to go simultaneously with the tendencies of European Union. If we speak about working professions, those professions can develop workplaces and jobs. For example, solar panels, or just we make energy savings. My speech is finished here, and for those who do not know Helvetis, I invite you to go into our page in Facebook, and with this QR code you can enter our website, and you can learn about many research papers about labor market. Thank you for your attention. Once again, we thank Katerina Markevich and Helvetas organization for practical support that Ukraine gets in the most difficult times. And now we come to the final part of our forum, professional qualifications in the higher education. We will speak how the education influences the quality of professional qualifications, how to assure a connection between education and labor market, and what we should change today that tomorrow our graduates will be needed by the employer. I will give the floor to Olena Kolesnikova. Please, Olena, the floor is yours. So you missed me. You are fewer than before. So, dear panelists, it's about you. These applauses. Everyone knows the higher education is better than vocational. It's a provoking, and you do not react cool. So our panel will be about professional qualifications in higher education, and it's a very perfect discussion, as I was telling you before. And Yulia Grishin, deputy head of a subcommittee of higher education, who does not take only care. We just meet during panels in the good sense of this. So we will continue the discussion. She will be with us, and then Mykola Trofimenko, deputy minister, and he does not fear never. And today he will speak what the ministry thinks about it. Next, Sergei Kvit, the person who covered thousands of kilometers just only about the forum about human capital, because he is sure that nothing without capital will happen in Ukraine. Next, Vladimir Bugro, one of the very honorable presidents. When we speak about such universities, we say the red building, but not a red building. It's Mr. President. So he one of the first who supported us, and we make friends with the university, and we thank for this exclusive trust. And I hope that we matched them. Anatoly Melnichenko, president of National Technical University, Kyiv Polytechnical University, named after Igor Sikorsky. Today, I'm happy everyone who I loved Nobody is invited whom I don't like. And Europe, please, I did not pay you. Be honest. Natalia Shakovska, president of National University Lviv Polytechnics. I was saying today, this is the only person with whom we don't communicate very closely. Alexei Dnipro, president of Kiev National University of Construction and Architecture, the person with whom we pass a very long political and university road, who believed in us, and he allowed us to speak about this revolution that we will speak today. Alexander Azyukovsky, president of National Technical University, Dnipro Polytechnics. I wanted to say is, if I don't know what to do, I call Alexander, and he always find me solutions. I'm very lucky. And one more, my beloved panelist, Irina Vakhovich, president of ЛЮДСCИЙ National Technical University. Actually, not so many presidents they allow to teach their colleagues, but she allowed me to clap with my feet and to tell people how to run business. And so thank to all, and I was told that organizers are very kind here. So let's start our panel. So we the Federation of Employers. People told us that we selected a not correct name. So, dear colleagues, please tell us, do you all of you know what is professional qualification in Ukraine? So, is it easy? This is a correct answer, because in our legislation there are two versions of this term in labor education and education legislation. So everyone knows them. So, Sergei, I will start with you, not because you just covered a very difficult road today, and you are limited with time. And I will start with you. I always remind when you were the minister, I liked a lot, and I always speak about this. And not so many people who say, please tell me how it works in the practice, because we develop practices. It's important. Please tell me. I'm very proud. I always speak about this, because people, they come and they say, we know everything. But here, the minister tells me, please tell me how to do it, to put it in legislation, so to let it work. So do you think that professional qualification in legislation, it's work and instrument, it is useful, but or we need to develop something more? Thank you for this question, and I would like an answer to something else. I will tell you, because this frame which you put into your question, it is a bit narrow, because you understand the algorithm, how it should work, how, according to qualification, the people grow when they can go in their work. You understand the algorithm, you know from your point of view. I would propose to you to look broader, taking into account the social processes and broader context is. Then you will understand the interests of other stakeholders who cooperate with you. So in this sense, we speak about a university, and universities, on one hand, they you cannot persuade them that they should work exclusively for labor market, because universities, they have their own interests, and classic research is interest. The best professor is the researcher, because he will not go to the labor market. He is an employer on the one hand, but if the university will go away from labor market, it will be a decadent performance, and it will not be a university. So maybe you should look at your communication broader. So there is a concept about a general need for life. Sometimes there is a trend when you go to website of good universities in the West, you come to the page of short-term programs that provide bachelor and master's program. For example, Oxford has now 1,200 programs like this, and Toronto University is 800. And during the war, we created as a school of additional education, and you help you as the employees. For example, we have programs for school masters. We have programs for people who work as bureaucrats in cities, for city servants, and we have programs for veterans, for people, for children of the veterans who died in action. So these programs we developed for our communities. It's the basis of our democracy and resilience. And local communities, they are your helpers. If you look at the broader profile, even more, what is the bigger problem in the world? It's the erosion of democratic values, and it is, for example, populism and it's authoritarian leaders that are very popular now, and they have bigger power now. And the problem about the attitude towards society on or arts and sciences in a classical university. So what does it mean? It's attention for every student, looking at him or her, who they are, if they are ready to take responsible decisions, if they are ready to think critically, and this approach creates for us a broader profile, even more useful for you as employees. So we speak about interdisciplinary programs, but when you come to this program, you go into all kinds of directions from more narrow programs. So if you look at the specialization not as the employer, but if you show them how they will be interested for their functions to be involved in the process and algorithm, it will be even a much more fruitful process. And I will agree with you, because you missed our panel where I presented, and I was asked what are the graduates as the most important for us. So I was saying he should be motivated. So that's why we look at this. Maybe we don't use proper words. And I was looking in Harvard. There were 20 long programs and more than 1,000 short programs. It's my dream is to have this in Ukraine. Alexander, so you are focused on short programs. Are you oriented on the terminology of on professional qualification, or as your colleague says, it should be somewhat broader, or how you look at professional qualification and your university? It's a provocation from my side. If in short, let me start with other scale. Ukraine does all possible impossible so that the higher education not only remained but developed, and that's why we in the level of academic freedom it is much more bigger than we are allowed, and we are limited only but by our habits. So to communicate, we should communicate the language of the customer. So that's why all the standards and the positions of the customer, this is the position as a guiding principle, is influence is a position. But we should remember that any business, even universal business, cannot cover everything. And we cannot envisage everything. We cannot shape the person only in the shape of the model of the even the most of the richest and the biggest customer. Because we train people, and we should create skills and reflections that do not only allow to survive, but to envisage the future, but shaping the people today. This is what is important, and we just drifted from that, and we are not accustomed that in the universities we develop the technologies that will be already modern today's evening. So that we should look at the market, and I would like to thank everyone, and lots of thanks to Honorable Yuri Balanyuk, who concentrated all the positive in this flow, because of Verkhovna Rada and employees and educators and the business who invest in the education, and educators who communicate with outside world through our high technology business. Today we have all conditions to open the talents of our students, and the limits I speak about academic freedoms. It's our stereotypes of thinking of all of us, students, parents, professors, universities, and all together. But we show the unique resilience, and summing up, I would say that during this creation of evaluation of us as a community or education community, the final point of view should be of the customers. These are the taxpayers, the business who presents Ukraine very substantially on out markets and wins. So also I'd like to repeat, we want to make universities as centers of innovators, including the professional qualifications, and we put lots of hopes on you. So if you don't want or want to, you will work with us. And Natalia, please tell me, from the point of view of professional qualifications, do you know how many professional qualifications were approved now by national agency? 85 or 86? 85. Even I added already one more, so someone will reference us after today's panel. And how do you think? Is it enough, or it's a little as a procedure? I think this procedure is very necessary, and I agree with previous colleagues who were speaking that integration and matching universities and employees is very important. And one of the points of matching is the centers of qualifications. Unfortunately, not for all industries it's easy to make professional qualifications. In some industries it is changing very fast. For example, IT, and they develop one standard for data scientists is almost impossible, because at the beginning of the year these are very new requirements, and of the year they are different. I would say in 3 months, yes, possible. So, but this integration with employers should be, and the influence should be bilateral, as Alexander was saying. We should not rely on the only employer, because everyone has their own approaches, standards, and technological process for the other employer. And customer, they could not be so necessary. That's why the universities they play a bigger role, because they they can generalize the experience or knowledge received from different employers and provide them as their proposals. That's why in the universities in development of their professional qualifications, they are very good partners. And I think that we should be focused on this, and qualifications should show how the graduates of universities depend, notwithstanding short or long programs, they should understand how they should work. And also, as Sergey was saying, we should not forget interdisciplinary approach. More and more, because of the war, we should combine knowledge from different sciences, and this interdisciplinary component is the prominent feature of university. I like your approach. Don't rely under one single employer. Please don't lie under the Federation of Employers. We have lots of companies, but through cooperation, we should understand what we do, why we do, and for whom we do. Julia, we have presidents. They are very honorable people, but you are the people's deputy and the colleague near to you. As I started, we have different definition in the legislation, and someone with Mikola will come to you tomorrow and say well, which definition we will use. But we are very happy to meet anyone with legislation initiatives, and not only us should initiate them, but someone else work at this issue. And really, today I want to tell you about the Parliament, the law, and everyone who is now today in this panel together with me. We are the promoters of development of national certification system in Ukraine. If we say a couple of words how it was happening, how it was developed, the law on national system of qualification, please, friends, it was not so easy as a road. It started as an initiative. I am thankful for you for this initiative. We had lots of discussions and lots of drafts, and we were standing on our position, and Yuri was saying, please, I beg you, please agree between you, because I'm afraid we will lose the law. The law was very difficult, but it's one of the example that from the beginning it changed and became the basis for active basis for development of national system of qualification. So it was in 2024 we adopted this draft law, and we a lot of things that changed in system of national qualification. Today we have almost 200 qualification centers, and you see now directors, and I don't know for every of these universities, but it was so cool. And all these presidents, they were involved in creation of centers inside the universities. But you know that we were afraid from the beginning, because they will come from the education. They will tell us, they will say that you cannot do it, you will annihilate the high education. But we understood that they will be our allies, because it's about the short programs, and that's what you are speaking about, the opportunities for people. And I love it. And do you love it? Do you believe in this? Because I told you at the previous panel that there will be the law. You are not so confident, and I will do it. Mikola, will we do it? The law on the national system of qualification, we are at the active phase of conclusion of synchronization with all participants, and with Yuri first of all, because he is the most in the system of qualification, and the draft law is presented as a Euro integration one and as a government one, and we finish and to develop, and we hope very soon we will put it on the parliament, and together with the Federation of Employers. And yes, of course, no doubt, you are participants, active participants, and yes, when we think about this and the need for this process, and Ukraine today is in the war, and there are lots of challenges for the government, for the employers, and benefits, and just strong universities can help and find their replies. And we have 1 million military who will come back after the war. They will need qualifications, they will need competences for businesses to get employed and to be synchronized with modern requirements of labor market, and the universities will be capable to find the solution. And of course, today is our task to show to the businesses that our universities are capable to help them to develop their companies and to create a specialist. And we underline that we call for specialists to come and to be retrained, and we have a huge experience now for cooperation and the collaboration. All universities and Kyiv Polytechnics and business understands that if a university enters the business, invests in the laboratories and equipment, and becomes more active in supervisory boards, as in Polytechnics, marvelous case, and the supervisory board and the president understands the importance for the city and for the country. So this accent is completely correct, and synergy of businesses and universities and communities, and they will settle the huge challenges which we have in the country for human capital and the creation of professional qualifications and competences. And our task is today, as Ministry of Education, together with National Qualification Agency, to develop a very relevant draft law that will be accepted by the trade unions and the employers, to make a law that will make revised all the approaches to education. And as we mentioned, the dual education, and today we should thank Sergei, because Sergei was there, and they was saying that let's start it in the higher education. People were telling me I was crazy, but this is working now, and cooperation continues now. Thank you, Sergei. Our crazy ideas, you agreed always, and we thank a lot, and from the ministry as well. And I have a small question. You are the deputy minister, but looking into the eyes of the people, did you change your opinion? Because before you were the president, but now you a big deputy minister. Did you change your opinion? Opinion about what? Professional qualification. We should correct, but before you had to fulfill on just became stronger, that we needed to moderate it and we needed to use it more and more efficiently. I like it, but you, why are you silent? So marvelous. And Anatoly, if honestly, I will give out the secrets. For me, you became a real partner, because when we had to do it with the ministry, it was important, and we came to you, and you didn't doubt, and you were saying that we are ready to help. Thank you, Yuri, and you agreed. You told us how much you do for the veteran, and honestly, I didn't know, and I didn't know that you have two cool groups to work with veterans who are traumatized and who develop. And you said nobody know better than them, know how to improve the processes system, because they were the processes. And is it important for them to have this professional qualification or something else? How do you think with what you work with? And we mentioned 3 times about the quantities that it will be grown.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Certainly, if we are talking about the veterans, first of all, the key thing here concerning their education and training, it was not a professional qualification, but it was quite a broader horizon of their wishes. But I am sure that as soon as these two groups of students, one one group is working on the faculty of bioengineering, and the second group biomechanics. So they have clear understanding what they want to do, and they have clear understanding which kind of professional qualifications do they need. So let me share my thoughts about what my colleagues told. Professional qualification is extremely important, and the shaping of this system is working quite well. And due to the leadership of Mr. Yuri, we have done a lot. The universities has a legal framework to issue the qualifications and all other things. It is all working, and sometimes it even raises costs for university. So your university is making money on that. But we have to understand here what Mrs. Natalia told us. It is difficult to work for one employer. University is training a person at least 4 years at the baccalaureate, and the employer needs an employee now and here. So we need to do some kind of forecasting 4 years ahead. So together with, so here we as a university with the agents of have to discuss what the requirements from the employer will be in future. And next things what Sergei Mironovich was talking about, yes, we should expand these competencies, but certainly we will not be able to cover all the competencies within one university. It seems to me that there is a great need for engineers, just a critical lack of engineers. And Mr. Claude Lévi-Strauss told us that 21st century will be the century of humanitarian sciences, or there will be no 21st centuries, and we can see now quite opposite. So we need to have engineers now, but they with a higher even qualifications, with a higher background knowledge and so on. So basically what I want to say that university is still the institution that is shaping the person to get professional qualifications and to prepare them as a good citizens of their state. Do we have anyone from business here? Do you know that business is mostly discussing the values of the company? And so when you're talking about the business, we have to understand that values for business are very understand. So when we are shaping our teams, we have to understand that we are involving people with certain values. So I think that we have the room to deepen the cooperation with the universities, and it's obvious. So let's move on. Let me give the mic to you. We also have the second one with us. So I just have a similar question to both of you. So please, you can use 2 microphones to answer my questions. So together with you, do you probably remember a few years ago started to discuss the topic of professional standards when it was quite a wild thing to discuss, and no one understood what I'm talking about, and everyone told us why they need this. And during all this year, have this paradigm changed? How do you think? Was it important thing to do or not? If you don't remember, the professional qualification was divided from the education completely at the times I'm now recalling. So it was not this the way it is now. So was it the right step to take or not? Thank you for your question. Thank you for this times you have recalled. My short answer is yes, certainly we were right. We were perceived as strangers. No one understood what is a national framework for qualifications. At our first meetings where we were discussing these topics, 8 people out of 10 present didn't understand completely what we are talking about. But the time showed us that if we want to move to the European Union and to the European educational environment, we cannot do that with professional qualifications. And it is very nice to acknowledge today that we have a high awareness what is the level of what is the national qualification level and why do we need them. Certainly we still have problems. We were talking about the cooperation with the employers, cooperation with the universities. We do have a few challenges that we are facing all the time. Employers, the greatest problem for employers is a shortage of the personnel, and what is said on they are not they do not care about the quality of personnel, and that's a problem. That business does want to invest resources for training personnel, for supporting short-term training courses, and so. Certainly, there are exceptions, and there are some kind of businesses that are supporting these things and that are sharing these values. But mostly, there is no such understandings. Also, we have problems within the educational institutions because we don't always see the understanding from their side what is the qualification centers and what is the use of them for the universities. Also, we have questions to the quality of teachers and quality of employers, but again, it was the right step to take. The world is changing. In my university, for example, we have a qualification center for preparing energy system auditors, and we were the first who started such kind of trainings. And last year we had gone through the official attestation within the agency, and now it is quite a successfully working training program. And we are glad with the results, and this provides the possibility to develop the research activities within university, and it is very important as well. Also, we have a lot of plans to work in different other areas, but what I want to say that first of all, we need a good employer who will work clearly. Trade unions, please work with your constructors. What I think now, I don't like it really. It's not about constructors and developers. I know the trade union of developers has already launched some training programs, but that's quite a different area than what we are doing in our university. So unfortunately, employers, there are such kind of employers, for example, Yuri Viktorovich knows about this, that is the global companies. Recently we had a meeting with such a global company that is working in the construction area, and they have a clear understanding that they need a qualification center, they need to get well-prepared workers that will be working exactly at their construction sites, and no one else without proper training will not be able to work there. So they do have this understanding and how to work. Unfortunately, our employers not always have this understanding, unfortunately. So we are doing the right things, and I think that we are on a good path to our future, and such programs will be successful, including success. They will be also successful for the universities, because universities can also develop a lot of different high quality qualification centers, because they have an appropriate basis of personnel and equipment as well. What I would like to comment is, did you remember that do we have here? Am I right? Do you remember I came to you and started to ask you how do we write the standards, how we do write this professional standards, and you believed me at that moment, and we started working on this together. So tell me, please, are you satisfied with what we have achieved during these years, or probably you are disappointed with our work? Let me give the answer, but to a different question. Please, dear colleagues, look at the upper line, and those who are on the stage, please look on the bottom line. All of us were studying physics, and we were studying the inertial systems of movement. And I look at this very line and compare physics and diplomatic protocol. Within the diplomatic protocol, we usually lay the flag on the left hand. In the physical systems, the main sign usually goes in the middle of the picture. So let's look at this line. How does it work according to the diplomatic structure or informational structure? Well, my answer is it falls within both standards. So around 20 years ago, the Minister of Education of Ukraine, Mr. Nikolenko, has signed agreement on the fact that Ukraine will enter Bologna process. And there we discussed all these requirements for the higher level of education and the preparation of all the universities to be ready to enter this Bologna system 20 years ago, plus 10 years since Mrs. Sassoon has signed another agreement, ESG agreement, with European Union on ensuring the quality of education. And both these agreements state that the universities have to fulfill their functions in such a way that a graduate could realize himself or herself in his or her professional life. So when you want to have an apple, you have three options to do. The first one, you can buy an apple, but you need to have money. The second option, to dig a land and just to plant an apple tree, and the third one, just to go to the neighbor and to steal an apple from your neighbor. All these options are equally possible. So, frankly speaking, following the path of professional qualifications, we understand that education does not mean professional qualification, and that is why our law actually separated academic and professional qualifications, and it is very well. But what we have to understand that professional qualifications should not be strictly associated just with business, because who can, for example, issue the licenses for people working in, for example, in the enforcement systems. So they are authorized bodies. For example, who can issue the certificates for the doctors? Only those who are working in the health system. So when we have, why don't we get? Why we don't feel regret about what have done? This year we are going to provide for approval the list of 300 more professions for different professional qualifications. So actually, sometimes we can see even collision between the coding of different professional qualifications and academic qualifications. So let me go back to the example because I mentioned because it is very illustrative. We need to remember all the time that starting point in informational system may always change. So you have a different perception of what's happening when you are standing on the platform and the train is moving. You understand that the point is moving, but when you are within the train, you understand that another point is moving. I mean, that person that is standing on the platform. This year, one company has opened the bachelor degree for 2 specialties. That is chemistry and biology. That is a program was completely sponsored by the company. And this is the company Biopharma Plasma. Konstantin Yefemenko is a graduate of economic faculty. His wife is a graduate of the biological faculty, and they are investing in education. They have started a special class within the gymnasium and so on. And this is what we were talking about. This is investment. That's what I was talking about. That's planting a tree. You do understand that out of 10 students, no one can come to work within the company. Within the in the agreement about education, there is no article indicating that a student has to go to work to the company after graduation. And another company that is sponsoring the physics in the international Massachusetts universities. And when the initiator was asked, why do you do this? And his answer was, I need people that are able to solve innovative tasks. Because sometimes using this word innovative, we forget that that is something that has never been there in place. So we need to do something new that has never been there to be competitive. And that business, those employers that understand this will be strategically successful, and we will stand by them. Mrs. Irena, your institution, there is an employer with values, with innovations, and he loves you very much. But when we came to visit your institution and we asked them, do they know about the company? They said that not really. So do you see the development of the professional qualifications and as a part of the professional orientation work to work with the business? So, would it be useful for everyone to raise the awareness among children or students or veterans to choose those professions that will help to develop such business? Thank you for the question. I will be the third person to talk. So, systems. First of all, we need to make ourselves visible. We are taking the third place among the educational institutions on the number of students wanting to have education within our university. The first place takes Kyiv Polytechnic University, the second Lviv, and ЛЮДСЬКИЙ University is on the third place. So let me share my thoughts about the higher education and about the qualifications. I'm so grateful, Mr. Yuri, for today's invitation, because probably I will change my views a bit, but I have to put a few questions and I want to get an answer from it. So our university has 3 colleges. 2 of them have courses for vocational education. One of these colleges, on the basis of one of these colleges, we have created this qualification center. So he has a specialties, and my understanding as a rector of the university was everything that is related to the vocational education and professional qualifications, that's the thing they have to deal with. Do we need that? The question was. What we do a lot of short-term programs, and this depends certainly on the demand. We have a special business hub that is developing short-term courses for teachers and for everyone who wants to do that. We are working closely with the veterans. We have a veteran hub. For example, we have a special course how veterans can create craft-based business. And we have this experience, and having heard everything we were discussing today, I understand that this will be our qualification center for creating craft business for veterans. So if we are regarding technical universities, they were usually established within the industrial districts of Ukraine. Volyn is not that region, but we have different companies that provide requests to our university. For example, we have a request from Effect Expo. They asked us to prepare workers for their company, and we have transferred this request to our college for them to train specialists to work in this company. So we will meet the need of this labor market. Sometimes they tell me that's financially beneficial, but my question is, usually these short-term courses are not very profitable. Usually, how does it happen? The teachers that are teaching on these courses, they are just getting salary, and that's all financial benefit from the training. So where are these benefits? Where are these high earnings due to this short-term courses? But as a teacher with a large experience, I should admit that the 30 years of my experience, I'm all the time shortening my discipline, because I understand that everything can be explained much more in a much more simple way. All the rest can be learned later on. Moreover, if you look at the character of the Ukrainian, each Ukrainian wants to have higher education and wants his or her children to have higher education. So where do we get this resource for people to be taught in vocational education and not higher education? So if we will succeed here and we will manage to reskill our students to have these additional qualifications, it will be the perfect way, and we will certainly promote this in future. If we are looking at the educational system today, the vocational education is in the focus of attention for a long period of time. Oh, oh. So that's a kind of preparation, right? I will finish up, and a thought came to me. Why don't we include into the center for engineer to get two professions or two specialities within one profession? Basically, I think that we need to consider higher education as an education that has to prepare the owners of business and not employees. Frankly speaking, we have started a business of school and law 3 years ago, and it is very successful. The next thing I want to do is to have there the consultative center that will help student to get the starting capital to establish his or her own business and to develop this business in future. Volyn doesn't have a great business potential actually. Our region is an outsider region, frankly speaking. So I see my mission as to create these conditions to be the resource for such highly qualified people. That's my philosophy. But I have heard a lot of things today. So everything is working for the education, for vocational education now. I think that's a great success of all of us. Let me say thank you to all of you. I think that this panel was very serious and very responsible. But Sergei Mironovich was actually taking 5 planes to come here today. So I will give him the floor one more time. But dear organizers, you need to provide more time for such kind of panels because they are very interesting. Mrs. Olena, I would like to pay attention to 2 key points. I think that your approach to the professional qualifications and within the institutions of the higher educational works very well. So you have promoted it in different ways, but it works. But there are 2 points I would like to highlight. First of all, universities. We had a meeting with the students for master degrees. We have invited the most successful students in their spheres. And the first question from students and their parents was, what was the most important thing in your education? And they told us philosophy. So actually, the students have a special need to meet the fundamental needs, and it is very important thing to take into account. The second thing, we have not mentioned something what is called community college in Europe, and the colleges in Europe, and we have to reform this kind of education as well, because they are directly connected to the professional qualifications, and they have to be multi-functional. This has to be, and they have to be not only the part of the ecosystem of universities, they have to be open to the labor market. So let's try and promote this reform as well. This is a task for you personally, Mrs. Svetlana, and I do agree with you, and I do agree that all of us should be oriented on the labor market. So I would like to say thank you to all the speakers. You are really cool in what you are doing. You are getting great success, and it is very important for us as a business to have a fair discussion with you.
So these truths, they help to move the force of nature and force of economy and the people. And so the human capital is the biggest in Ukraine of the capitals. So the closest to all. And so the next year there will be we will have a better and bigger budget and bigger money for the panelists and like this. And on Friday there will be an anniversary on our section in university, and part of the speakers will be there and to finish talking what we didn't finish to talk here.
Це навіть враження шоу-бізнесі, я вважаю. Шановні присутні, я прошу вас.
Dear guests, please take your seats. In some minutes there will be the award ceremony, and all the present will see a surprise.
Шановні учасники,
Dear participants and speakers and viewers online, and now we pass to a special part of our forum, let's say traditional, and this is the Human Capital Award ceremony. It's our thank to those who develop the national qualification system every day, who invests new approaches and builds the network of a qualification center. In this way, we want to say the only thing we see, and we value your work. And for this award ceremony, I invite Dmitro Lyakh, Deputy Chairman of the National Qualification Agency, who will give the awards to the winners. Thank you all, and dear participants of the forum, and colleagues and friends, please a couple of minutes of your attention to the final part as the most important and the most resulting the nomination qualification center that runs activity with the biggest number of professional qualification. We acknowledge Kamenstal, private joint stock company. Second nomination for creation of a network of qualification centers. The nomination is given to the company for systematic and continuous development of a network of qualification centers inside this company. The winner is LLC Met Investor Holding. Your applauses, please. And the third nomination, the most active qualification center in the security field. The nomination is given to qualification center that delivered the biggest number of professional qualifications according to the standards in security. The LLC Sharif Dimanin. Your applauses. And the last category, nomination in category of qualification centers, nomination of qualification center accredited for the biggest number of qualification professions in the field of defense and security. The qualification center of information technology of the state Institute of Protection of Information. Thank you. And for the next phase of award, I invite the member of National Center of Qualification, Taras Mundia. He will give the awards to participants who win in the nomination. The most responsible developer of professional standards is given to the developer of professional standards that developed and revised the biggest number of professional standards. And this is Industrial Council of Development of Professional Standards and Strategies of Development of Professional Qualifications of all Ukrainian Union of Regional Association of Employers, Federation of Metallurgy Workers of Ukraine. So you thought I am working for free here? No. Nomination of the most active developer of standards in the field of healthcare is given to the developer who provided the biggest number of applications for development of professional standards in the field of healthcare, and this is public union of Ukrainian Federation of professional medical unions. Nomination of the most dynamic developer of professional standards is given to the developer of professional standards that was fast for revision and approval of professional standards. The winner is the Ministry for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine. Greetings. And this award will find the hero. Thank you. And for the next phase of awarding, I invite the member of National Agency of Qualifications, Vasil Fedyuk. Good afternoon to all. And today we have the nomination for development of system qualification is given to the partners who showed support of common initiatives and achieved the biggest results in cooperation and put a substantial contribution to common work. I wanted to invite here the representatives of all Ukrainian Association of employees to get this award. I needed to have one award for each panel. I was at two panels, so I would like to invite the all Ukrainian Union of Trade Unions to get this award. Also, we have an award for the Confederation of Construction Workers. Do we have someone? And the big contribution made by Kyiv University of Construction and Architecture. I know that the president was very much in the hurry. We will transfer this award to him. And the final nominee for development of system qualification, Kyiv University, named after Taras Shevchenko. And the development of a system of qualification can be without European initiatives. And now the nomination for support and promotion of European initiatives is given from active participation of introduction of European educational initiatives in Ukraine. I invite the representative of National Erasmus Plus office in Ukraine to get this award. And thank you, a lot of thanks to the general partner of today's event for the possibility of this organization and for everything that you do in the sense of educational development of system of qualification in Ukraine. And I invite the representative of multi-donor initiative Skills for Recovery to get this award. One more active, we call it a donor organization that presented today research very professional and very deep, and I invite the representative of Helitas Corporation to get this award. As you know, the National Agency of Qualification is responsible for development of a single qualification register, and we are supported by the representation of Belgian Agency of Development, Annabelle, in Ukraine. I would like to invite the representative of this agency to get this award. And here, this is all from my side, dear participants and guests. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor now to Olga. Thanks to all who was awarded within the Human Capital Awards ceremony. Your work is as a reference for all in the system of qualification. And dear participants, we are coming close to the end of our forum. And before we say, let's see you again, I give the floor to head of the National Agency of Qualifications, to Yuri Balanyuk. Dear friends, colleagues, and people of the same thinking, and people who together with the National Agency of Qualification and together with the whole team move the qualification system and push the system forward, do incredible deeds, and we achieve the result. And we are not satisfied by this. Somehow we see our defects and errors, and I would like to say that this forum is the main discussion place where we will work on all materials, all questions that we have today, and that was asked in the chat, and we will create replies, and we will create principles that will be the basis of the law on the national qualification system that will be introduced in the secondary legislation that will help us to react better for the needs of educators and trade unions and employers. And so, dear friends, I am proud that we did it. I'm happy that Alexei Grishin sent the photo at 7:30 that we start work despite the alert finished at 8:30. So, dear friends, it so happened that we didn't plan, but today is 20 years of Europass, and according to tradition, all countries who referenced in Europe us, and Ukraine referenced is already. We have the national office within the National Agency of Qualification, and we should celebrate the 20th anniversary. So we created this beautiful cake together with the National Office of Europass, and this is the cake, and it is coming. And this beautiful cake will be now cut in small pieces, or not so small pieces, but to get to everyone. Please treat yourself to this cake. Make informal feast, and despite the invasion of Russian Federation, and despite the war, and despite I will not use bad words, but these enemies, they attack us, but we run today the 6th International Forum, Human Capital in the Focus of Transformation. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes, and at this point the 6th Forum, Human Capital in the Focus of Transformation is declared as closed. Thank you to all.